It is off. Oh, no, wait a minute.
Recording in progress.
Yes, it's me.
I'm good.
It's me. It's me.
I'm good. Right?
Muted myself.
Not echoing.
Commissioner, are you on audio?
No.
It's,
I don't know.
There's a little red spread up
Okay.
microphone.
Oh, I'm not.
Good morning, everyone. Ms. Matias, we are,
Wait, Commissioner Sheta. Hold on.
Yeah, still doesn't give me an option, see, if I'm not joined.
Connecting to audio. Why is it saying that?
Still connecting to audio.
Oh, we don't have an echo.
You're.
Yeah, because I closed my microphone, yeah, maybe. Good, we're good, we're good.
Are we good?
Yep.
Okay, what are we doing? Thank you, Commissioner.
No, wait a minute, Commissioner Sheta. Okay, we good?
Are we all good?
We all good?
okay, Ms. Matias, we are recording, we are streaming. You may proceed with today's executive review session.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for August 11th, 2025. We'll begin with the adjournments. Item number 1, 2023-36BZ, 191 Edgewater Street, Staten Island. Item number 2, 2024-09BZ, 401 Park Avenue, Brooklyn. Postponements. 2024-52BZ, 1226 Avenue V, Brooklyn.
Okay. Thanks.
Mhm.
The application was filed in October of 2024 prior to the adoption.
Sorry, Chair, could you speak closer to your microphone, please?
Applicant is seeking Department
Chair?
of Buildings.
Chair.
Approval, and is seeking a postponement till December of 2025. to
Hi.
secure necessary approval from DOB for an as-of-right enlargement. Once approved by DOB, applicant
Hold on.
proposed.
Chair, could you just speak closer to your microphone, please?
Louder, but you didn't hear him.
I'm not sure if they could hear
Oh,
us.
because my speaker is not on.
Are my comments coming into
We
the
can't
room?
hear Chase.
No.
No, cannot hear Chase.
Oh, hold on then. Okay, hold on, Chase, let me check.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't see the hand up. Okay.
Thank you, Jenna.
Monday morning glitches. He didn't text me saying he didn't hear it.
Testing, can you hear me?
Chase?
Yeah, testing, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
now
we can hear you.
Great, thank you.
Everybody hear me?
Yeah, you were coming in very soft. I think
Yes.
your comments get reflected on the record, but now you're coming in much more clear. So if you could please continue, apologies.
Yes, thank you. I'll just start what I was going to say about 202452. The application was filed in October of 2024 prior to the adoption of City of Yes ZHO. Applicant is seeking postponement till December of 2025 to secure an approval from DOB for an as-of-right enlargement. Once approved by DOB, applicant is proposing to withdraw the current request. However, if a withdrawal request is not made for the December hearing, board will dismiss this application. So I want the applicant to be on notice. Please send a dismissal warning letter to the applicant and to the property owner accordingly.
Will we be closing it today?
I think we should close it today. Yeah. Motion to close?
For this,
Yes.
Do we need to go to point?
we haven't heard it. It was postponed. We've never heard this case, correct?
Right, but it's, with the letter, it would be a motion to dismiss without.
Yeah. The letter would be a motion to dismiss. for-
Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't want to call the roll on this.
So you can do it during the hearing if you want.
You wanted to call a roll to dismiss?
We could do that, yeah,
Call it to dismiss it?
to
Okay.
close it.
To close it? Okay, for a motion to close on 2024-52BZ.
Aye.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. Item number 4, 2024-58BZ, 1228 Avenue V, Brooklyn. Same thing.
Same thing.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
You just called. You just
That
called
was
them.
a motion to close.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry. Item number 5, 2024-60BZ, 1358 East 24th Street. Motion to close. Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Apologies. Does the chair want dismissal warning letters sent
Yes.
on all three?
For all three of them,
Okay, thank you.
to the applicant and to the property owner.
The following is a request to withdraw. It's 2024-23BZ, 334 Douglas Street, Brooklyn.
Motion to withdraw?
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been withdrawn. Deferral, item number 7, 268-98BZ, Volume 3, 1252 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Yeah, the applicant requested a 2-month deferral to be able to complete the installation of landscaping.
Okay. Decision items, 2023-64BZ, 14408 87th Road, Queens.
Okay, Secra is still open, so we need to defer it.
Okay. Item number 9, 2024-26BZ, 227-64 112th Road, Queens.
We received the community board vote, and community voted to approve this application. And applicant has provided all the updates with regards to revised DOB objection. And that is consistent with the City of Yes regulation. And also site plans and statement of facts have been revised. So I was satisfied with the submission. Was everybody? Yeah. Okay, then I would like to make a motion to approve.
Okay. Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been approved. Item number 10, 2025-45BZ, 295 Front Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, so please bear with me, everybody. So the Secra element is closed. The DOT has no further comments on the traffic part of it. However, DOT is waiting for a commitment letter, which is more related to the school safety part as part of the findings of this special permit. So my recommendation will be that we, since there are no additional comments on traffic, we can consider, as a lead agency, we can consider Secra to be closed. And based on that, I want to make a recommendation that we consider granting the approval. However, there's some caveat to it, and that is more or less most around the draft commitment letter that has been drafted between the applicant and DOT. There are some errors in that, more of not errors, more of the scheduling and other elements, because as we know, the school is going to open in September of 2025. And some of the language that has been provided in the commitment letter talks about 6 months prior to the school opening, which almost would be now. So keeping that in mind, I am recommending that the conditions that DOT has outlined, the school safety specifically, has outlined that goes towards finding D, be modified accordingly. And we will issue the resolution once a revised plan has been submitted. So what the outstanding issue is, DOT, even though had reviewed the plan, had been given ample time to review the plan, we do not have a clarity on exact location of the school loading and drop off and the hours. So DOT wants to further review it. However, we were in agreement that the frontage of Front and Hudson would be the location, which everybody agrees is the exact extent of it and the hours of it is what DOT has not finalized its deliberation, which I think it's okay for us to leave it to DOT and the school to kind of finalize that, because that goes to the school safety part of it. And we were satisfied with the fact that a frontage was being provided, 2 frontages were being provided for, or a drop-off area was being provided for the school. Second thing DOT had concern was with regards to gating the loading area that's in the building. The applicant is proposing an 8-foot-high fence, and I think that should be sufficient in terms of addressing DOT's concern. DOT should not be in a position to identify, direct the board as to the nature of the fence, type of fence, and other things. So I think an 8-foot-high fence that shall be installed should be adequate in this case. The third part is the improving the pedestrian ramps at specified intersections. And DOT wanted that to happen 6 months prior to the opening of the school. As I said, school is going to open in September, and DOT, that will not be possible. So I think the condition of that commitment letter should revise something to the extent where plans shall be submitted to DOT for the location of the loading zones and for the curb cuts within a set time of our board's approval, and then improvements shall be done to these locations in a timely manner in consultation with DOT.
And Madam Chair, that's including the pedestrian ramp.
That's
Yes.
including the pedestrian ramp. Is everybody okay with those caveats? Okay. So then I want to make a motion with the following. They did in the
Yeah.
drawings.
Yeah.
It is included. Yeah. The drawing is included, and it will be part of the condition also. Okay. So I want to make a motion with the following conditions. That is, a 8-foot-high gate shall be fence with gate shall be installed at the private parking lot and located along the frontage of Front Street of the project site. Building owners shall commit to ensuring that the gate will remain closed at all times unless vehicles come in and out, and no loading activities with trucks or other large vehicles backing in and out of the lot should occur during school arrival and dismissal hours. Crossing guards shall be requested for the west leg of intersection of Front Street and Hudson Street Avenue, and 1 staff member shall oversee the Front Street frontage of the building, and 1 staff member shall oversee Hudson Avenue frontage of the building during arrival and dismissal. Double pane sound attenuation windows shall be installed on the 4th and 5th floors per building code requirement. The subject site shall provide a no standing zone as per further discussion between DOT and the applicant, and applicant should submit a plan to DOT upon approval of this board to request the next step of the actions with regards to the signage and location and the duration. The applicant shall make the following ADA compliant improvements at the intersection of Hudson Avenue and Front Street. These drawings shall be approved by DOT. And the locations are specifically the receiving corner of northeast corner across Hudson Avenue. Install a new ADA compliant pedestrian ramp across Hudson Avenue to correspond with the receiving ramp across the street at the northwest corner of Front Street and removal of the pedestrian ramp crossing Hudson Avenue, leaving a single ADA compliant pedestrian ramp crossing Front Street. All pedestrian ramp at the approved location would require DOT permit prior to construction and must be constructed to meet the ADA standard. that is the 2010 ADA, and to comply with the latest version of DOT highway rule standards and details of construction an applicant shall submit all necessary builder's pavement plan as required per DOT specification and shall be approved by DOT prior to construction. And applicant shall be responsible for the expenses related to the design and installation of the proposed ramp. Have I covered all the issues that the board has reviewed?
Okay. Motion to approve, Chair
Aye.
Shonda.
Aye. And I just want to say, we will not issue the resolution until the revised plan and the commitment letter.
And the
has been
commitment
provided.
letter.
All the materials.
All the necessary materials. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
Chair Shonda's vote, yes. Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 11, 2025-02BZ, 3660 East Tremont Avenue, the Bronx.
Okay, environmental review is closed, and revised plans have been submitted with notes added regarding lumen plan. The critical component of the notes for the lighting are that all exterior lights shall be directed away from adjacent residents. And the lumen level at the property line abutting residential use shall not exceed 2-foot candle. There were 3 sets of conditions. I just want to highlight the 2 critical components. These are the 2 components of the lumen plan. And the other one is I think it's more of a typo. So I just want to reflect that on my statement. So is everybody okay with the submission? Yes. Okay, then I want to make a motion to approve a 10-year term for the existing drive-through facility with conditions that under no circumstances shall the motor vehicle queues be allowed to spill back onto Phillip Avenue, including blockage of the sidewalk. If the conditions fail to be met during operation of this facility, BSA in consultation with DOT and DOB will take action to revoke approvals for the accessory drive-through window and or curb cut or the curb cut. All exterior lights shall be directed away from adjacent residents. Lumen level at the property line abutting residential use shall not exceed 2-foot candle. Landscaping shall be maintained as per BSA approved plan. Signage shall comply with underlying regulations and no banners shall be permitted. Certificate of occupancy shall be obtained within 18 months from the date of this grant. Is that acceptable to everybody? Motion to grant?
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 12, 2025-07BZ, 1770 Richmond Road, Staten Island.
Okay, we received a revised plan, so is everybody okay with the revision? I then make a motion to approve a 10-year term for the existing drive-through facility. Under no circumstances shall the motor vehicle queues from the drive-through be allowed to spill back onto Richmond Road, including blockage of the sidewalk. If the conditions fail to be met during operation of the drive-through facility, BSA in consultation with New York City DOT and DOB will take action to revoke the approvals for the accessory drive-through window and or the curb cut. No left turns signs shall be added to both accessways to the subject site. Trash shall be stored inside the outdoor trash enclosure as illustrated on the BSA approved plan. A fence shall be provided along the western lot line to prevent any pedestrian access that may be in conflict with the drive-through operation. Landscaping shall be maintained as per approved plan, and certificate of occupancy shall be obtained within 24 months from the date of this grant. Motion to approve. Is everybody okay with the conditions? Motion to approve.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application's been granted. Item number 13BZ, 1946, Bruckner Boulevard, the Bronx.
So applicant made two sets of submissions. In one, it provided statement clarifying the drive-through split assessment for Chick-fil-A. And the estimates were based on existing facilities and that it was based on sales. And based on it, interestingly, we see so many cases, and each time we learn something, and that is in the case of Chick-fil-A, 35 to 45% of the sales is from drive-through facility, whereas in this case, the applicant has proposed a 50%, so which is much more conservative for this particular business operation. And to that end, applicant has also submitted a revised plan and has provided a speed bump. This is really to address the community board's concern that it not be used as a pass-by route to Bruckner Boulevard. Applicant has also provided a maneuverability plan and submitted a letter clarifying the installation of a fence. Now, the installation of the fence, I just want to be very clear in specific to this drive-through. It commits to installing a fence and or a raised planter bed along the property's frontage on White Plain Road and Bruckner Boulevard for the portion of the frontage adjacent to the proposed drive-through facility to enhance pedestrian safety. Now, since both Chipotle and Chick-fil-A are
Yeah, and Madam Chair, just for the record, the Chipotle is the next
Chipotle
application.
is the next
Mhm.
action, but I have to say that because both of them front on White Plains, along with another as of right use that would be located. So because of that, that entire frontage of White Plains from Bruckner to Story Avenue should provide either of those or a combination of pedestrian safety feature the applicant has proposed. Is that okay with everybody? Okay. Then with that in mind, I want to make a motion to approve a 10-year term for the proposed drive-through facility with following conditions. Landscaping shall be maintained as per BSA approved plan to minimize any conflict arising from pedestrian flow from the abutting streets with the proposed drive-through operation. Pedestrian safety features such as a fence and or a raised planter bed shall be maintained along the entire frontage of White Plains Road between Bruckner and Story Avenue and Bruckner Boulevard for the portion of the frontage adjacent to the proposed drive-through facility. Is that acceptable? Then motion to approve.
Motion to approve, Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application's been granted. Item number 14, 2025, 14BZ, 1911 Story Avenue, the Bronx.
Okay. Here too, the applicant has provided statement clarifying the drive-through split for Chipotle. And I think it's a very different kind of business operation because its reliance is on placing order through Chipotle mobile app. So 50% estimate is a conservative estimate based on that. And applicant has also provided a clarification letter committing to installing a fence and or a raised planter bed along White Plains Road and a portion of Story Avenue that fronts along the proposed drive-through Chipotle to enhance pedestrian safety. Is that okay with everybody? Then I make a motion to approve a 10-year term for the proposed drive-through with the following conditions. That landscaping shall be maintained as per BSA approved plan to minimize any conflict arising from potential pedestrian flow from the abutting streets with the proposed drive-through operation. Pedestrian safety features such as a fence and or a raised planter bed shall be maintained along the entire frontage of White Plains Road between Story Avenue and Bruckner Boulevard, and along the frontage of portion of the frontage of Story Avenue adjacent to the proposed drive-through facility. If everybody's okay with that, then motion to down.
Motion to approve, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Everly Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Appeals calendar, new cases, item number 15, 2025-01A, 68-15 Main Street, Queens.
Okay. There are two aspects to it. However, the action, there's a subpoena part of it, and there's the action related to the appeal. And this is an appeal of a New York City DOB challenging the validity of a building permit issued for an ambulance parking and a dispatch center with a training facility at the subject site that is located in a R4A zoning district. As I mentioned, there is also a subpoena. Appellant has filed for the issuance of a subpoena. So the appellant is representing Kew Gardens Hills 68th Road Block Association. That has been represented by Greenbach Tarek. Property owner is Queens Hadzola 8 Inc., represented by Jay Goldstein and Ethan Kober, and DOB represented by James Schmidt. I'm reading this out because we have many players. I just want to be very clear in my mind and as we go forward. So also, since this process started prior to the adoption of City of Yes, in my review, and as we have seen the document refers to both for the ease of transcript and for the ease of our keep the numbers simple, I'm going to refer to the pre-City of Yes use group numbers. Okay, so the pre-City of Yes use group number is use group 4A, which is a community facility without sleeping accommodations, and use group 6D, which is a public service facility. So I will start with the subpoenas. Throughout, okay. And please bear with me. Applicant has filed a request for the issuance of subpoenas. New York City Department of Buildings seeks to quash subpoenas requested by the representatives of the Kew Gardens Hills 68th Road Block Association. Also the appellant on July 16, 2025. The discussion arises out of an appeal to the board challenging the issuance of DOB of new building permit number Q0061822 based on an alleged incompatibility with zoning resolution section 22-14 use category rendering regarding philanthropic or nonprofit. The permit permits the construction of Queens Hadzola 8 and operation of an ambulance depot at 68-15 Main Street, Queens. Appeal was filed on January 7th, 2025, and by letter of July 16, 2025, the appellant requested that I compel production pursuant to City Charter Section 1046C1 and Section 663 of the President and Treasurer of Hadzola at hearing in the instant appeals. Specifically, the appellant seeks to compel the following testimony. 1, Hadzola's bylaws. 2, Hadzola's conflict of interest policies. 3, Hadzola's financial statements and tax filing. 4, the process by which Hadzola raises and or earns funds, including without limitation, through public loans, private loans, grants, donations, and other forms of financial assistance. 5, Hadzola's billing practices, including without limitation, the process by which Hadzola bills or otherwise seeks reimbursement for issuance companies for services provided. And 6, Hetzola's distribution of revenue. Department of Building by letter dated July 28, 2025, submitted a motion to squash, quash.
Gosh, gosh.
I like that vegetable very much. Motion to quash, I'm sorry. Appellant's subpoena request and oppose the subpoena. So appellant argues that, appellant cites that to board's decision under BSA calendar number 30706A dated June 19, 2007, stating, quote, DOB argues that appellants asserted a nonprofit status is not dispositive of whether the premises is operating as a use group 3 community facility, and that an expanded analysis is required to determine the proposed use of the premises is as a philanthropic or nonprofit institution for the proposed use, for the purpose of compliance with zoning resolution DOB zoning resolution and seeks to compel the witness testimony to question the use group designation under the expanded analysis. Appellant further relies on DOB's statement on the ZRD3 zoning appeal with response dated December 9, 2024 regarding in part, quote, the department notes that under state law, not-for-profit corporation is defined not by the absence of revenue, but the fact that this revenue is not distributed to the members, directors, or officers of the corporation. In the absence of an evidence of such improper distribution, the department accordingly relies upon New York State as well as federal documents classifying Queens Hudzola Aid, Inc. as a nonprofit, unquote, to allege an expanded analysis was warranted and the witness testimony is necessary to conduct such analysis. DOB moved to quash the subpoenas on the following grounds. 1, that witness testimony is irrelevant. 2, witness testimony is premature. And 3, witness testimony is superfluous. First, regarding the relevance, as to that, DOB argues that this appeal questions the mechanics of DOB's determination globally of whether an entity is philanthropic or nonprofit, what evidence DOB must consider when making such a determination. DOB asserts that witness testimony cannot answer how DOB interprets zoning resolution section 22-14 for philanthropic and nonprofit entities at large. DOB asserts that it looks to federal and state agencies that have certified Hetzola's as a not-for-profit entity, and therefore witness testimony is not relevant in reviewing DOB's subject determination. Second, DOB argues witness testimony is premature. DOB submits that there is no distinction substantiating a need to scrutinize Hetzola's in greater detail, and thus witness testimony is not required. However, DOB states that if the board finds that a distinguishing characteristics requires further factual development, board may re-examine the need for witness testimony. Finally, DOB submits the witness testimony is superfluous. DOB states that the board may make its determination based on the considerable information already in the record regarding Hetzola's finances. DOB argues witness testimony is unhelpful to Hetzola's state or federal designation as a nonprofit, upon which DOB relies in its determination. So upon further review of this, here is my conclusion. The decision to issue subpoena is denied. As to DOB's first argument, that the motion to quash should be granted on the basis that testimony is irrelevant, I accept. I accept that DOB did not consider witness testimony in reaching its determination and was therefore outside of the scope of documents DOB reviewed. Accordingly, with respect to DOB's second argument, I agree that witness testimony is premature. In reviewing DOB's determination, board must first look to the instant record. Therefore, witness testimony not considered by DOB in reaching its determination is not only premature, but further falls outside the scope of the record before DOB. Accordingly, witness testimony is superfluous. Because the witness testimony has not been demonstrated to be necessarily relevant, is premature and superfluous to the determination of the instant appeal. The subpoena request seeking the appearance of Hedzola, President and Treasurer, is hereby denied. And this statement shall be reflected in the resolution based on whatever decision board makes on the appeals portion. So with that, I want to move on to the appeals portion. The documents that we received from both from the appellant and from DOB is very extensive and very detailed, and I appreciate all the information that has been provided. So with regards to the appellant's response, Hedzola, though recognized as a not-profit under state federal law, appellant claims that it bills and receives payment for the services provided from its customers, insurance companies, because of billing for its services and not just relying on donation to operate its operation. It therefore is a commercial use and not a nonprofit. Appellant also states that an ambulance depot is not a philanthropic or nonprofit institution. DOB's determination that an ambulance depot was properly categorized as use group 4 was based on state federal tax exempt status, and it contradicts DOB and BSA's precedents. Appellant also states that an ambulance depot is better suited in a different use group, and that is based on the fact that Hedzola receives funding from City of New York, and thus de facto is a government entity and cannot be distinguished from public service establishment, which is equal to which is in use group 6. Therefore, regarding and also appellant identified 5 ambulance depots that were classified as use group 16 pre-City of Yes, that consisted of automotive and other necessary semi-industrial uses. And use group 16 also, appellant states, accurately reflects the use of an ambulance depot and should be in commercial district to protect the local retail and nearby residences from toxic and noxious effects. The fact that DOB concluded that an ambulance depot can't be a use group 6D because it is not a government service utility, appellant questions that, and DOB and that the DOB relied on other ambulance dispatch facilities to classify it as a use group 4. Appellant also states that these are all the questions the appellant has raised, and that's why I'm reading them out, that an ambulance depot is not a community facility. It should, and that the ambulance depot would not comply with the use group 4 prefatory language of section 22-14. And DOB has but DOB has held that it meets the intent of use group 4. So DOB also provided response to the questions that were raised by the appellant after 3 rounds of ZRD. So upon review of all of those documents, and I know my my fellow commissioners, you have all read through it, I want to go to what I am arriving at based on review of all of these documents. So question is, has DOB acted consistently to determine philanthropic or nonprofit status as stated in zoning resolution section 22-14? DOB conducted 3 rounds of zoning ZRD reviews where it reviewed all the documents. Since philanthropic or nonprofit organizations are not defined terms, DOB relied on official determinations from federal and state agencies such as IRS 501c3, not-for-profit certification from New York Department of State, New York City Department of Finance, real estate tax exemption for nonprofit organizations, as has BSA on similar documentations in making similar determinations. Based on the review of the statement and documents provided by DOB and appellants and from the ZRDs, I believe DOB has acted consistently. I agree with DOB's assessment that it is not same as a pre-City of Yes Use Group 6. DOB not only relied on statements from state and federal to classify Hedzala as nonprofit, it also correctly clarified the ways the term of philanthropic and nonprofit were intended to be applied in the zoning resolution. DOB's reliance on prior ambulance dispatch facility that were classified as use group 4A city community facility without sleeping accommodation and cases that were classified as use group 6D public service establishment was clear. Per pre-City of Yes 22-14A footnote 5, which is applicable to philanthropic or nonprofit without sleeping accommodation, it limits the central office function to not exceed 25% of floor area used for such function, quote unquote. Please note that this is still applicable under City of Yes text amendment. The specifically footnote 5 says, number of persons employed in central office functions shall not exceed 50, and the amount of floor area used for such purpose shall not exceed 25% of total floor area, or in R8, R9, R10 districts, 25,000 square feet, whichever is greater. So, not exceeding 25% threshold is another critical distinction between use group 4A and use group, I wrote it as 360 is, yeah, I wrote it, and use group 60, where, whereas in use group, I'm sorry, I made a typo in my statement. Whereas use group 4A office use is secondary to the ambulance dispatch. Some of the certificate of occupancies that were provided by the appellant, included use group classification 16C, which is dead storage of motor vehicles. An ambulance depot is not for storage of unfunctional ambulances. It would defeat the purpose of an ambulance depot. To classify ambulance depot to use group 6 or use group 16 would limit its service to M districts and its fringe districts where residential use is permitted and would delay in reaching residential areas which are generally located away from such districts. Also, I sampled through some of the certificate of occupancies for ambulance depots that were submitted by the appellant that were classified as use group 6. Examples, exhibits T, U, V, and W. These buildings appear to have more footprint for office than ambulance service. 2 of the sites were in manufacturing and 2 were in residential with commercial overlays. It is possible that the classification of use group 6 or 16 allowed for more flexibility to provide other than philanthropic or nonprofit uses, and allow for more office uses, more storage uses than the primary use, which is just the ambulance, voluntary ambulance service. Regarding classification of use group, this is similar to the BSA's interpretation of the use group assigned to a target store, which is BSA calendar number 2016-166-A. In Corona as use group 6, a variety store limited to 10,000 square feet of floor area, which is permitted in C1, C2, C4, C5, C6, and C8 district versus use group 10A, department store without any floor area limitations permitted in C4, C5, C6, C8. The proposed facility, as stated by DOB, is primarily an ambulance depot, which no one disputes, with teaching and training spaces, That is a nonprofit and that is a nonprofit community facility with a sleeping accommodation. And that is permitted in an R4A zoning district. Use group 4A is permitted and provided its office use is less than 25% of the total floor area, which is footnote 5.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. It's without sleeping.
Without sleeping
Okay,
accommodation.
I just
I'm
wanted
sorry,
the record to be clear. I just want to make sure that was clear. Thank you.
I'm getting my
No, it's okay.
twisted. Thank you for
You're welcome.
clarifying. Without sleeping accommodation. So regarding prefatory language, board has held that these statements are to give guidance. Court of Appeals in Applebaum versus Deutsch in 1985 upheld board's decision and stated that prefatory language is not controlling. Similarly, board in its recent determination of a case, again, I'm citing Target, BSA calendar number 2016166A, had held that prefatory language is not a finding. Appellant argues, the appellant argued for DOB to conduct an expanded analysis based on testimony to determine whether Hetzeler is a philanthropic or nonprofit status. It is not for board to enforce DOB's implementation process. However, based on the information that has been provided, DOB was very thorough in its review and was consistent. Hence, I do not believe board needs these documents to review the appeals case. And DOB has responded to all the questions that has been raised by the appellant. From my end, I do not agree with the appellant's position. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I just want to interject and
Counsel.
thank you. I just want to state for the record that the chair's decision on the subpoena request will be issued in it will be reflected in the resolution on the board's decision on this appeal.
Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you, Chair, for that very detailed review. The applicant makes three arguments. The first is that
Vice Chair, could you move your
Sure.
microphone?
the applicant makes three arguments. The first is that the ambulance depot is not philanthropic or non-profit institution. And the second is that it's better in a separate use group and that it's not a community facility. I'm not going to touch on the second and third because I don't want to be repetitive, but I do want to say a few words on the first. The term nonprofit does not mean that an organization is not allowed to generate revenue. It's the reinvestment into the company that it is the reinvestment into the organization that is key. Short of just a brief statement saying that this money is not being reinvested into the organization is not sufficient to raise eyebrows here. They raised the argument that 24012 and 3501 and 114-11 refer to certain exemptions applicable to community facilities that have received tax exempt status from New York City Department of Finance or its successors. They state that pursuant to Section 420 of the New York State Real Property Tax Law, the zoning resolution Section 22131, however, does not use that language. I do not believe that the exclusion of the specific language means that tax exemptions are excluded from a determination of philanthropic or nonprofit institutions. They later state that tax exempt status should not be the only consideration, but rather a more thorough analysis is required to determine whether the proposed building is a commercial use. They say that DOB failed to conduct this analysis. I believe this argument suggests that an agency, in this case DOB, is required to investigate whether another agency's determination is valid. In this case, whether the nonprofit status is valid. Whether or not the original agency, DOB, has any basis to do so. I believe that would be unduly burdensome. There has been no basis, otherwise the DOB would be inundated with unnecessary review. Just like the request for a subpoena here, this would be tantamount to a fishing expedition. Expanded analysis requires a basis, and as I stated priorly, the fact that this organization makes a profit is not the bar in and of itself. Further, I agree with DOB assertion that the BSA Resolution 30607 rests on facts not available in this case at bar because the facts in the cited matter show activity inconsistent with a nonprofit institution in that the facility was being used as a transient hotel rather than an intercultural program they asserted. I have nothing further to state at this time.
Thank you. I would add to what you said, Vice Chair, is that in that particular case, uh,
There was a history.
there was a history of misuse of the site as not as a designated community facility, and it was already operational. So it was based on further analysis done by DOB's investigative team that came to that conclusion.
And it was also based on violations.
Based on violations, there were several oath violations that were issued. In this case, this is a project that has not broken ground. It's under review. And to make assertion without having without a conclusive documentation and make assertions of these nature and expect DOB to do that exercise is not with, I honestly don't believe it's in their purview. It really lies with other entities like who issues a nonprofit. If you question the validity of the nonprofit status, one should go to the AG's office.
There are the Department of Finance, the AG's office. There are places where that appeal can be brought.
Yeah.
And also, not to, again, while I don't want to discuss a subpoena, there are standards and there's a wealth of case law of when a subpoena is appropriate and when one is not. I frankly don't believe this meets that threshold.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Could you move the mic towards Ms. Notley Brown? Thank you.
So I just want to state one thing that I caught that the vice chair said that I just wanted to ask for a little clarification, because you did mention profit versus revenue. And I just wanted to know if what you really meant was raising revenue, because profit to me implies distribution to corporate officers and other private entities, whereas revenue raising doesn't necessarily lead to that profit distribution. It's just raising revenue that then is plowed back into the not-for-profit for further operational
Yeah.
accounting.
Sure. So their argument is that because they charge fees, they consider these fees a profit. And now, while that can be a definition of what is happening here, the fact that this profit, it's reinvested into the organization is the key to allowing this to remain a nonprofit institution.
Right, that's what I thought you meant, but I just wanted
For
to,
the record.
yeah, for the
clarify.
record, have you
Thank you.
clarify that, because you did say profit and didn't include the rest.
Thank you for
That's
that.
all. So I wanted
Thank you.
you to articulate that point. My thoughts in summary are that DOB has articulated a clear standard of examination that's used to determine philanthropic and not-for-profit status, and this analysis of this use complies with that standard. I don't see anything out of the ordinary here. And further, the DOB's classification of this use as a not-for-profit and community facility use without sleeping accommodations is consistent with its rulings on many other ambulance facilities with storage of ambulances and training, as well as administration and operational management of the ambulance program. And so I don't see anything out of the ordinary here either. So after looking through all of the documents, I don't find that the appellant's arguments are very compelling. I agree with whatever the vice chair and the chair have both articulated prior and don't feel a need to go through every item in detail to save time.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be brief and put my take on the case in points. The first point is that I did review the document submitted to us, and I don't see in the zoning resolution that there is a clear definition, or even a definition, I would say, for a not-for-profit nor philanthropic. If this is the case, I believe DOB along with BSA, which are city agencies, cannot reinvent the wheel. We should count on definitions provided by other agencies, either federal or state, that they have jurisdiction or authority to do such determination. That being said, I do believe that DOB did look at documents submitted to them, and all these documents, at least the ones I looked at, indicate that the subject entity is a not-for-profit. This is my first take. Second, on the applicant request to DOB to conduct further or expanded analysis, although this is not like a mandate to DUB or BSA to do so. I do believe that DUB submitted actually in their submission to us. They looked at the amount of money that these agencies collect, and they indicated that the amount they collect is less than the amount they expend. They didn't include some like portion of donations, I believe. But I do believe that the analysis that was done by DOB is kind of like we are going the extra mile. The third point is the argument from the applicant that a not-for-profit shouldn't collect or shouldn't charge for their services. I did look at the definition in the New York Corporation Law 102A5, and it says that the determination should be based on whether this corp get that revenue or profit and distribute it between the associates or the partners in that corporation. I don't think this is the case here. I haven't seen a single document that says that such the process of distributing the profit between the associates or the partners is existing. And even if we saw that, it shouldn't be up to us, nor I believe to DOB to determine that because of such process, this is not a not-for-profit. If the applicant believes that a process like this exists, they should report it to the agency that has authority to make that determination whether this entity is not-for-profit or not, and then they can take it from there, but not through the BSA, not through DOB. That's my take in like three points. I believe DOB did like their part. They did it right. They actually, this is one of the cases that I believe DOB did an excellent job on it. And for what I said, I'm not in support of that at least. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I also agree, and am not in support of the appeal. I believe that DOB did act rationally and consistently, and that has been proven in their very detailed submission. The appellant also provided a detailed submission, but in the end, I find that DOB has made a clear case for its consistent and rational determination. And then I also agree with the discussion that nonprofit is defined by the state and federal agencies that we rely on, and it's defined specifically about how it distributes revenue and not whether it generates revenue. And I think just as a example, the first thing that came to mind is a lot of community clinics or institutions like Planned Parenthood also participate in the practice of billing and patients' insurance, if they have it available. And in my mind, those institutions are clearly nonprofits based on the state and federal agency and tax exempt status that they have. So I don't find that practice of billing one's insurance if you have it necessarily determines whether one is a nonprofit or not. I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the review session right now and take this case for public hearing and then resume the review session. This way, all the teams that have come here for this case can be heard and can either. I want to give everybody who is listening, we have, I think, people from both parties here or from all parties to kind of collect themselves and get ready for the public hearing. So I'll do a 10-minute break. So gather up and we will start with the public hearing just for this case.
And then resume.
And then we will resume back to the review session
Okay.
case.
Mr. Goldstein is on Zoom, so.
Okay.
That's just that's FYI.
So it is right now 11 o'clock. So 11:10.
Okay.
Members of the board, we're going to proceed shortly. We're just waiting for the chair. Madam Chair, we ready to proceed? Okay, commissioners, microphones on. Ms. Matias, I believe I saw some hands up.
Jay Goldstein, Mr.
yes.
Goldstein. Okay.
All right, Ms. Matias, we are recording, we are streaming. You may proceed with this application.
Okay. Carla, can you just check the podium thing just for me?
Okay, I want to know who all is attending for this case, on behalf of the appellant, on behalf of the property owner or DOB online, so that I can all,
So these are the appellants.
what do you
Chair, could you bring your microphone closer?
mean, any?
Is your microphone on, Madam Chair?
I'm sorry. Are there anybody else from your team joining online?
No, they also.
Okay, what about DOB? Okay, what about property owner? Is there anybody else, Mr. Goldstein, from your team?
No, it's just me for now.
It's just Jay.
Okay, all right. So we have everybody
Goes.
here. I just wanted to know that. So we will start with,
Wait, so let me announce that this is.
oh, go
So
ahead.
just, yes, just please recall.
Yes, so this is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for 2025-01A, 6815 Main Street, Queens. We will hear this case, and then once we are finished this case, we'll resume with the review, rest of the review session. So will the appellants, join us?
I guess the appellant may proceed.
Yes, appellant may proceed.
Just
Please introduce.
Please, yes,
State your
state your
name
name,
for
your
record.
affiliation.
Thank you. Hal Bierman on behalf of the appellant, Kew Garden Hills Roadblock Association, Inc., which I'll refer to as the association. Before I begin, we have a PowerPoint presentation that is it okay to share our screen with the Zoom?
Sure.
Thank
Yeah,
you
so
so
you'd have to log into the Zoom okay, so we can make you a panelist and then you could share your screen, which will be recorded into the record and visible here as well.
And please, what is your name? Okay, yes. Now you are enrolled as a panelist. Oh, you don't?
You should.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think because you were just made a panelist.
Go ahead. Okay.
great. So Again, good morning, Chair Shonda, honorable members of the board. My name is Hal Bierman, along with my colleague Jarrett Meskin from the law firm of Greenberg Trarg LLP. We're the attorneys for the applicant that I'll refer to as the association. The association, as you know, challenges a final determination from the Department of Buildings dated December 9, 2024, which denied the association's challenge and affirmed DOB's issuance of a new building permit. Before I continue, I'd just like to say that our client does not in any way dispute that Hatsola provides valuable services to many residents in the borough of Queens and beyond. We're not here to dispute that. We're here to confirm that the zoning resolution, DOB, BSA, and Court of Appeals precedent are implemented correctly, fairly, and uniformly. By way of background, the association is comprised of residents of 68th Road between Main Street and 147th Street in the Kew Garden Hills neighborhood, Queens County. 3 members of the association reside at 144-11 68th Road, directly adjacent to the property. Hatsola, as you know, operates an emergency ambulance and medical transportation service in portions of Queens. Hatsola is staffed by volunteers, and when emergency calls are received, its members drive at high speeds to retrieve ambulances stationed strategically throughout the Queens service area. Once the ambulances are retrieved, Hatsola's volunteers race through the streets to the scene with sirens blaring and lights flashing. Hatsola is recognized as a nonprofit under state and federal law, but it operates an enterprise in which it bills and receives payments from its customers' insurance companies. These fees are referred to on Hatsola's tax filings as ambulance transport fees. They started doing that only 7 years ago. Beginning in December 2018, Hatsola switched from a pure nonprofit, a nonprofit that relies solely on donations, to its current model, which relies on billing insurance companies. Since this process began, Hatsola has collected millions and millions of dollars in ambulance transport fees. As shown on this slide, in 2023, ambulance transport fees accounted for almost half of Hatsola's total revenue. We have people here who will testify and explain to this honorable board that years ago, the operating budget was a few $100,000. There is no evidence, there's nothing in the record, despite our requests for documents that have been denied today, as to what is happening to these millions of dollars that are being obtained through these ambulance transport fees. The property in question is on the corner of Main Street and 68th Road. Hatsola is quick to claim that the property is located on a busy road, but it abuts a dense residential neighborhood with families and children. The next slide also shows the R4A district in which the property is located. As you can see from Hatsola's renderings, the ambulance depot stands in stark contrast to the nearby single-family homes. Chair Shonda stated that DOB has been consistent in its findings, but in fact, when the application was initially filed in December 2021, on March 11, 2022, DOB objected to the NB application because the proposed use was commercial in nature. On January 23, 2023, DOB affirmed this objection. On March 16th, Hatsola submitted a ZRD1 request seeking a determination that the ambulance depot was a philanthropic or nonprofit institution. And on May 10th, DOB denied the ZRD1 and determined that the ambulance depot was more akin to a fire or police station. On July 25th, Hatsola filed a new ZRD1, sought to address both of these objections, and on August 16th, DOB reversed. Course had issued a ZRD1 response stating that the ambulance depot was a philanthropic or nonprofit institution and could therefore be constructed as of right in this residential district. On September 12, 2023, the association challenged DOB's August 16th ZRD1 response, and DOB denied the challenge on December 28th. The association filed a zoning appeal on March 1st, 2024, and on December 9, 2024, DOB issued the final determination. Throughout the appeal process, the association and Hatsolo have also been engaged in a separate litigation commenced by the association in 2021 in Queens Supreme Court. The association seeks in that action, among other things, a declaratory judgment that the ambulance depot cannot be constructed as of right. For years, Hatsolo outright ignored its obligation to produce documentary evidence to the association as required by the New York Civil Practice Law and Rules. The action was dismissed in October 2024, but the association is appealing. Indeed, the Appellate Division's Second Department recently granted the association's request for a temporary restraining order based on the association's likelihood of success on that appeal. The TRO remains in place, and Hatsolo is currently enjoined from performing any work at the property. In anticipation of this appeal, the association also served Hatsolo with a subpoena ducis tecum, seeking documents which are directly relevant to this appeal. We have not received a response to the subpoena. They refuse to produce documents to Supreme Court. They refuse to produce documents here. What are they hiding? We'll get to that shortly. The association respectfully submits that DOB erred in granting the permit and issuing the final determination for three primary reasons. First, the ambulance depot is not a philanthropic or nonprofit institution as defined in the as the term is used, not defined, in the zoning resolution. DOB's reliance on state and federal tax exempt status and only on such self-determined status to reach the opposite conclusion was irrational and contrary to DOB and BSA precedent. Second, the ambulance depot is better situated in use group 6 rather than use group 4. DOB's arguments to the contrary are once again belied by its own precedent. Finally, the ambulance depot is not a community facility because it does not meet any of the applicable characteristics outlined in the zoning resolution. The ambulance depot will not offer services to nearby residents, cannot more effectively provide services in a residential district, and will introduce extremely significant objectionable influences.
Can I just ask for clarification? In your statement, did you say that Hatsolo representative refused to submit any document?
We issued subpoena ducis tecum. We issued it both in the litigation
But
before it was
stated-
dismissed.
Have they stated that in any form or any way? It's
Just
your
refused to
objection.
produce. We put forth an objection in Supreme Court, but they were still required to produce documents. They never produced a shred of paper.
Okay, but they have not refused it.
Well, they had not done so.
And I'm sorry, and that's still ongoing.
The appeal is ongoing in that case. The subpoena we issued in connection with this appeal was never responded
General
to.
Counsel Vine has his hand up.
I believe the chair was referring to your statement that they've refused to comply with the subpoena ducis tecum, and I believe you said they've refused to submit documents here. I don't believe there's been any documents requested by this board that the Hatsolo has refused to submit.
I wanted to clarify, the subpoena was issued by the appellant, not by the board.
And it had a date to produce by,
Yes, correct.
and they haven't produced for that date, and that's why I say they're refusing.
That's correct.
If you could speak closer to your microphone, Vice Chair.
Closer?
No, Vice Chair.
Vice Chair. Oh, sorry.
It wasn't on. I just wanted to clarify that the subpoena that was issued had a date to reply on, and the applicant is stating that they did not produce by that date, and that is why he's stating that they refused to produce or adhere to the subpoena.
So the association's amended statement of facts and applicable findings comprehensively establishes why DOB erred and the new building permit should be revoked. I'll briefly highlight these arguments, address some of DOB's counter arguments, and answer any questions the board may have. We also have several members of the association who will, we ask, be allowed to address the board after DOB speaks.
Did you move for enforcement on the subpoena?
We have not moved for enforcement of the subpoena. So the majority of the public, the review this morning focused around the first argument that the ambulance depot, whether or not is a philanthropic or nonprofit institution. And DOB concluded that it could solely rely on an entity's tax exempt status to determine that it was a philanthropic or nonprofit institution within the meaning of zoning resolution section 22-131. This conclusion was erroneous and contrary to the zoning resolution for two reasons. First, zoning resolution sections 24-012, 35-01, and 114-11 refer to certain exemptions for community facilities that have received tax exempt status from the New York City Department of Finance or its successor pursuant to section 420 of the New York Real Property Tax Law. If the intent of section 22-131 was that every tax exempt entity would apply, then the zoning resolution would have simply stated tax exempt entities. Second, DOB's reliance on state and federal tax exempt status is contrary to DOB and BSA precedent. In BSA resolution 1019-83-A.
Can I just respond to that? I
Please.
actually wanted to respond to that at the hearing, but I didn't, because my commissioners are very.
Chair, could you speak closer to your microphone, please?
Fine. Oh, boy. Okay, can you hear me, everybody? Can
Yes,
everybody hear me?
That's better. Yes.
All right. So with regards to that question, that there are certain zoning resolution sections 24 dash, actually not 012, it's 24-014. It's actually it's 24-012 and not 24-014, as stated in DOB letter. And 35-01 and 114-11. They are specifically asking for those tax exemption status because it affects the bulk regulation of the bulk aspect of the building. That's the connection. And the bulk regulations for the community facility in residential districts, there are some exemptions that are made only for nonprofit and not for similar use that could be for profit. Whereas in this case, so that's where that documentation was asked. Whereas in this case, it clearly meets the intent of what is considered a nonprofit because it has provided the necessary documents. As I know BSA, we look for the same set of documents when we are determining whether one is a nonprofit and eligible for some of the findings, and as has DOB consistently. So I just want to make I have read your documents, and when I looked through it and I looked at the zoning resolution section, 2214 does not refer to the tax exempt status. It clearly says it has to be philanthropic or not for profit. So combining those two, they're not the same. They're two different things.
Understood, but those zoning resolutions do.
They do, and as I said, they refer to it for that very specific
Understood.
issue, a reason,
Understood.
and which is very different in this case.
Understood. Nonetheless, the second part of that argument is that DOB's reliance on only the tax exempt status is contrary to the precedent. That BSA resolution 1019, I was just speaking on, the Organization of African Unity purchased a brownstone residence on East 50th Street in Manhattan, an R8 zoning district. OAU sought to convert the house into its diplomatic mission as of right pursuant to zoning law section 2214, claiming it was a nonprofit institution. DOB issued the necessary permits and nearby residents challenged the decision before BSA. BSA affirmed DOB's decision and in doing so concluded, whereas the characterization of a nonprofit organization as a community facility under the zoning resolution is not limited to, nor does it automatically include organizations chartered under the state not-for-profit corporations law or federal charitable corporation statutes. And whereas the phrase is meant to distinguish such nonprofit community facilities from uses of a commercial nature. The matter reached the Court of Appeals in Applebaum versus Deutsch, a 1975 decision which upheld BSA's interpretation of the zoning resolution and confirmed that BSA was not required to blindly import a definition of nonprofit institution from other state or federal tax statutes which have varying purposes. The Court of Appeals agreed with BSA's determination because it was based on BSA's own experience and the stated purpose of the resolution to protect residential areas from traffic and noise associated with commercial uses. To briefly summarize, BSA concluded that the nonprofit institution language in the zoning resolution does not automatically include organizations chartered under the state not-for-profit corporation law or federal charitable corporation statutes. Next, the Court of Appeals affirms this interpretation and endorses BSA's consideration of substantial evidence.
And I would say when I did read through your documents and I read through the BSA resolution of 101983A, yes, that is one of the conclusory statement that has been made. However, how it was arrived at and the premise of it was very different from what this is. In that case, it was the community that was opposing a community facility use that was granted by DOB. And so BSA did not question the validity of the community facility use designation because it did recognize that it did qualify, an intergovernmental, intercultural relation did qualify as a non-commercial and therefore a nonprofit institution. So it went one step further to kind of look at the tax exempt status to further reestablish how that so-called the definition of nonprofit is looked at. So, which is exactly what we do today, which is what DOB does today. So this is a supporting document that we have always relied on to kind of ensure that the nonprofit status is defined. So I think your argument is picking one aspect of it that serves your narrative. But once one looks at the entire resolution and how one arrived at that conclusion is very different.
I understand, but the point remains the same, that to get to that conclusion, DOB and BSA engaged in an expanded analysis. And that expanded analysis has not taken place here. That expanded analysis couldn't have taken place here because we don't have the documents to engage in that expanded analysis. And if we were to go and be consistent with past BSA precedent, past Court of Appeals precedent, the subpoena would be granted, we'd get the documents, and we'd engage in the analysis. If after that, you still determine that they're appropriately a not-for-profit, et cetera, then that may be the conclusion. But we haven't had the opportunity, and all that's been done is taking it as at face value. That's the argument that we're making. So in other words, DOB is automatically classifying Hatzolah as a philanthropic or nonprofit institution merely because of its state and federal tax exempt status.
And I'm sorry, but where do you see in the zoning resolution or any other document that DOB play with that it says that DOB is required or should pursue that expanded analysis?
Well, I saw it in BSA Resolution 101983A, where it says you're not limited to automatically including organizations chartered under the state or nonprofit law. And I've seen it in the Court of Appeals that endorsed an expanded analysis.
I think the expanded analysis can mean many things. In the case of the 307 I forget the zoning resolution number,
15.
the one regarding the community facility use, the issue arose from the expanded analysis was kind of happening independently of board asking of it because DOB had issued violations based on the illegal operation that was questioned on that site, and DOB, based on that, issued violation, and those violations led to some of these other investigatory documentation to establish the lack of nexus between the sleeping accommodation and the International Cultural Community Center. But it was mostly for the use purposes. It wasn't to establish the organization as being a for-profit or non-profit. It was, and I think the documents that were asked was solely related to the use of the operation that was contrary to the use group classification that was being challenged. So I think we have to be very careful in how we are using these documentation to justify the precedent.
Understood, but at the same time, we have at least an inkling. I don't have an explanation otherwise. When they changed in 2018 from a donation model to a fee-based model, something happened, something changed. The operating budget exploded by millions of dollars. The revenue increased so substantially that there has to be some understanding.
But, okay, so two
Okay.
things then.
Go ahead.
Two things. One is it would be a stretch to ask any governing body to send a subpoena based on an inkling.
I'm trying to be kind. It's not an inkling. There's a clear difference between what they were doing pre-2018 and what they were doing post-2018.
Okay.
Okay, and is this, oh,
Can I just say, yes, there is a difference between what they did pre-18 and post. Pre-18, they were not collecting money for the transportation service. Post, yes, and therefore there may have been a jump in it. That issue is not tied to the nonprofit status. Like I said, I think if you have a question or doubt in their business operation, which is resulting in profit that is not being pushed back into the organization's well-being, DOB, BSA is not that entity to challenge it. There is a body that is established that issues the certification, and that is the body you need to go to. And I have a question as to, when you're saying expanded analysis, what exactly are you, what does that entail? I mean, to what extent one should be doing expanded analysis? I definitely feel what DOB has done to make this a determination and all the document is very thorough. And it has been convincing, at least based on what I've heard from all my fellow commissioners, very convincing in terms of how they arrived at it. So what is the expanded analysis that you think that needs to be provided that would convince this board otherwise?
Well, I think you make a very good point. DOB did a tremendous job, but what they did was they took the self-certified nonprofit status of this entity and just carry it through. So
I'm going to have to stop you there.
please,
It's not self-certified.
Okay.
It is certified by a governmental body.
based on, and I understand what you're saying, but based on obviously an application of a self-certification, right? So there's not an in-depth analysis, there's not an expanded analysis, there's nothing.
But in the
Get a
cases
file.
that you cite for expanded analysis, there was an ongoing use that was commercial. And it was investigated because during the use of that while that body was in use, it was shown and proven that they were actually working on a commercial basis and not a not-for-profit basis. Here, we have, and I won't use your words against you, but here we don't have anything that raises the level of concern. Now, if as the chair said, if you want to address this non-for-profit status, there are agencies that you can request that information from. You could subpoena, FOIL, or you could go through a lot of different tasks to challenge this non-for-profit basis. But to ask the DOB to do so on each and every, which would basically be tantamount to asking the DOB to check on every non-for-profit organization that comes in and then do an expanded analysis, because otherwise it'd be arbitrary and capricious. It'd have to do it on every single non-for-profit. That would be a very onerous task.
I understand, but this is a little bit unique. And there are numerous outstanding questions on which the board has insufficient evidence that warrants this additional analysis that I'm suggesting. For example, Hatsola's president claimed in a sworn affidavit from June of 2025 that it, quote, does nothing more than occasionally receive reimbursement from insurance companies long after services are rendered, close quote. How does the occasional receipt of reimbursement yield almost $2 million in ambulance transport fees? Do the insurance companies pass any of this cost on to patients? If so, how much? Hatsola claims to respond to 8,000 calls a year. How much does it bill for its services? How many of those calls require ambulance transport? Does Hatsola bill insurance company for treatment in place?
But can I just say something? I don't know that any of those questions that you're asking actually point to whether or not this is a not-for-profit. I mean, when you look at it, many different.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, could you speak closer to the mic?
Sure. Many different health operations bill insurance, and they are not-for-profits. And, you bill insurance because you're allowed by law to bill insurance for the services rendered. And as long as that that revenue that's gathered is then put back into the corporation and not put into private pockets, I think it still qualifies as a not-for-profit.
Yeah.
We're just talking about a situation here where the scale of operations has jumped from one year to another, but that's not unusual in any operation that's seeking to expand. You seek to expand, and if you don't have enough incoming finances to fuel that expansion, you have to look for other sources. And that's probably what Hot Solar did. They looked for other sources. Oh, wow, we can actually bill for these services. We can expand our operations based on that. And that's probably what they've done, because now they're not just located in Brooklyn, I believe, which is where they first started operations, but they're in every single borough. There's a Hot Solar. So
These are all different hot solas.
yes, they are different, but the idea behind it is that we can expand ourselves. We can have different sister organizations that provide the same thing expand, because now there is a very strong revenue source that's going to support this expansion, both within our actual Hot Solar as well as the other borough Hot Solars. It doesn't mean that all of a sudden they've gone to a for-profit model. And so that's the issue I have with that assumption that you're making.
Understood, but you're making this a similar assumption.
No, I'm not. I'm just allowing a state authority that has granted them not-for-profit status to be the determining factor.
And that I completely concede. There's that the the AG Charitable Bureau may be the more appropriate forum to challenge nonprofit status, but we're both making assumptions. We don't know what's happening with the revenue. The only thing we requested was the expanded analysis. And we understand that the board's position on this. But notwithstanding that, our second argument is that the ambulance depot is better situated in a different use group. DOB originally concluded that the ambulance depot is more akin to a use group 6, fire or police station, and thus not permitted in residential districts. That decision was correct, and it was erroneous for DOB to reverse course. Use group 6 includes, quote, public service buildings, such as fire or police stations. DOB concluded that the ambulance depot could not be in use group 6 because it was not a government service utility. In other words, it was, quote, not an arm of state or municipal government. There is nothing that limits use group 6 to a governmental service utility, arm of state of municipal government. Use group 6 is for public service establishments. The association identified at least 6 other ambulance depots classified as prior use group 6, even though they are not operated by an arm of the state or municipal government. These are outlined in the association's paper, but we'll just highlight one here, Hot Solar of Borough Park, located at 3705 14th Avenue, Brooklyn, New York, registered in use group 6D. Notably, the certificate of occupancy for the ambulance depot operated by Hot Solar of Borough Park references a public service establishment, even though it is operated by a self-proclaimed private nonprofit entity, Borough Park Volunteers of Hot Solar, Inc. Thus, DOB's exclusion of the ambulance depot from use group 6 is inconsistent with prior DOB precedent and the zoning resolution. Even assuming use group 6 was limited as DOB suggests, Hot Solar is a de facto governmental entity because it takes advantages of exemptions under the New York City Noise Code for its authorized emergency vehicles, and it receives funding from the city of New
Can I
York.
just say with that statement, you just said, if there are a lot of private companies that act as consultants or providing services on behalf of the city of New York, therefore, do they therefore have to be treated as a government entity?
No, but they're
Oh.
they're not consultants. They're not paid by the city of New York to provide services. They receive part of their.
Some of
Right.
them do. Some of
But
them do.
this
There are
one doesn't.
nonprofit group. So there are nonprofit groups who there are for-profit groups that are getting revenue. So be careful of what you're asking, because you're taking an exception just with one entity. But there are many such organizations and companies that are getting government funds
Fair
to
enough.
to do the calling of the city.
But
So
we would expect Hot Solar and a voluntary ambulance.
I think more than the funding part of it in this case, it's a question of the use. And I think your statements are circling everywhere, but not regarding the use.
Okay. Well, there is one poor part of funding that I just want to address real quick. It's irrational that Hatsola, which charges services for its fees, is granted preferential treatment such that it can operate in a residential district. But the Fire Department of New York, the FDNY, which also recovers fees from insurance, is relegated to use group 4. There are also countless examples of ambulance depots located in use group 16. Use group 6 and 16 are better situated for the ambulance depot because objectionable influences associated with the ambulance depot would be separated from the residential districts.
Can I just raise a question? And this probably is a question that I would like really DOB to answer, but because I've heard it prior in other appeals cases from DOB, oftentimes when they are characterizing a use and placing it in the appropriate use group, if a use qualifies in and could be labeled a different use in a different use group, they usually choose the use that's within the district that they're looking at. So if something can qualify in different areas, it could be a 6D or it could be a 4A, but they happen to be looking at a residential zoning district, they're going to choose the use group 4A. That's my recollection from other appeals hearings where we've talked about DOB's designation of one type of use that might also qualify in another area. So I think that my question is for DOB specifically, but it might shed light on your argument right here.
Yeah, and Madam Commissioner, just for the record, Madam Chair had referenced a case prior in appeals, that was the Target case.
Yeah.
Which that type of discussion occurred in.
Yeah.
With a dispute of a variety store versus a
That was the-
department store. So
Because-
just so you have a.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with the Target case, so I would appreciate if the board would indulge me in a short
It's
post-submit,
available on our website.
a post-hearing submission to address.
and we're happy to
That case.
provide a
We'll-
copy for you.
If it's available, we can get it. I just want to make sure that I address the argument appropriately. So in addition, DOB and Hatsola have relied on the existence of other ambulance depots in use group 4, but these examples are all distinguishable. 621 Beach 9th Street, 1215 150th Street, 1880 Ocean Avenue provides its services free to all residents of the neighborhood it services, free to residents of the community, free of charge to anyone who calls. It's different from what's happening here. These services aren't free. They're being paid for. As you know, the zoning resolution requires that the particular control over the general. There is no basis to conclude that the more particular description of the ambulance depot is as a philanthropic or nonprofit institution compared to a public service establishment such as a fire or a police or fire station. For these reasons, the ambulance depot is better situated in use group 6 or 16. Such a classification is not only consistent with DOB precedent, carries out the intent of the zoning resolution to separate and protect residential districts from objectionable influences. So DOB makes several arguments why the ambulance depot is properly categorized. First, it argues that zoning resolution 22-00 does not apply because no use group specifically lists ambulance depots. But the use that Hatsola included on its new building application was not ambulance depot. It was accessory storage room, training room, ambulance parking, break room, communications room, conference room, training room, and offices and reception area. Second, even assuming the proper use was ambulance depot, use group 6 and 16 would still be more specific than philanthropic or nonprofit institution. Third, DOB goes to great lengths to establish why the ambulance depot is not a use group D, a 6D public service establishment, but none of the arguments hold water. Contrary to DOB's contention, use group 6D does not only apply to municipal or quasi-municipal entities. DOB acknowledges that it's classified ambulance depots in other use groups and ignores the two examples submitted by the association in which private, nonprofit entities were classified in use group 6D and even referred to as public service establishments. Fourth, and perhaps most importantly, DOB incorrectly claims that the ambulance service offered at public service fire stations are accessory uses. FDNY operates EMS stations where the sole operation is ambulance parking, maintenance, training, etc., just like the ambulance depot. And these facilities are classified as use group 6. One example is 332 Metropolitan Avenue in Brooklyn. DOB's opposition conveniently ignores the most harmful point in the association's appeal. Use group 6D public establishments are not only applicable to the ambulance depot, but DOB has classified them as 6D public establishments. Thus, the ambulance depot is much better situated in group 6 or 16 rather than 4. The last argument, the ambulance depot is not a community facility and will have objectionable influences, as will be described by members of the association. Although the prefatory language of section 2214 was removed from the zoning resolution, section 21-00 of the amended resolution outlines the goals of residential districts, which include B, to protect residential areas against offensive noise, vibration, smoke, and other particulate matter, odorous matter, heat, humidity, glare, and other objectionable influences. C, to protect residential areas as far as possible against heavy traffic and against through traffic of all kinds. And G, to provide appropriate space for those educational, religious, recreational, health, and similar facilities which serve the needs of the nearby residents, which generally perform their own activities more effectively in a residential environment and which do not create objectionable influences. DOB held that the ambulance depot meets the spirit of use group 3B, community facilities, but this decision was erroneous for 3 reasons. First, the ambulance depot will not provide essential services to residents. Upon information belief, the ambulance depot will have 4 primary functions, each of which benefit Hatsola's all-male membership. It's an ambulance garage. One of, if not the primary function of the depot, is a garage for up to 8 of Hatsola's ambulances. Use of the ambulance depot as a garage provides essential services to Hatsola, not the community at large. A community facility is not a facility that indirectly provides essential services to the community. The dispatch center. Hatsola doesn't operate within the 911 system, but instead uses its own emergency number. There is no evidence whatsoever about how this emergency number is distributed. In addition, as we will discuss, there's no evidence that the ambulance depot's centralized location will cut down on response times. It'll be used as a training facility. This is once again a direct benefit for Hatsola's members, but an indirect benefit to the community at large. Local neighbors can't take EMT classes at the ambulance depot. It's a venue for social events. Hatsola's cellar contains a 3,200 square foot space, which is labeled as accessory storage. However, Hatsola's own renderings suggest this space will be used to host social gatherings, the majority of which are for their all-male membership. Second, DOB believes the ambulance depot can more effectively operate in a residential district. Hatsola and DOB also continue to set forth the claim that the ambulance depot will cut down on response times, but the claim is unsubstantiated. In Hatsola's current model, it keeps its ambulances embedded within its service area, approximately 65 square miles from JFK to Great Neck. It's the same model that FDNY uses because it provides the fastest possible response time. Indeed, Hatsola itself boasts an average response time of 2.5 minutes under its current model of operation. With the ambulance depot, Hatsola will centralize its operations, thereby potentially increasing call times depending on where the caller is located. Hatsola is entitled to operate in any way it sees fit, but DOB should not just accept the contention that the ambulance depot model will cut down on response times without any evidence whatsoever. Third, the ambulance depot will create significant objectionable influences, increased traffic, noise, harmful exhaust. Again, it is speculative for Hatsola to suggest that the centralized ambulance depot will somehow minimize traffic. The route Hatsola must take to retrieve ambulances depends on the location of the members, the location of the call. Hatsola claims that siren noises cannot be deemed objectionable influences under the New York City Noise Code, but provides no evidence at all that its ambulances comply with the requirements of the Noise Code which permit for such an exemption. DOB points to the noise mitigation plan it required Hatsola implement, but DOB cannot continuously monitor Hatsola's compliance. The plan is also just exceptionally weak when compared with other noise restrictions DOB has imposed, including on the ambulance depot operated by Flatbush of Hatsola. The CFO for that facility provides Flatbush Volunteers of Hatsola will present and obtain approval of their specialized instruction in noise mitigation via their Certified Emergency Vehicle Operator training course from community boards and block associations. In the event complaints persist, Flatbush Volunteers of Hatsola will continue to address them and seek resolutions with the community boards and block associations. DOB's noise mitigation plan does not set forth any meaningful restrictions and provides no legitimate framework for DOB or the community to monitor and maintain compliance. Finally, Hatsola's plans indicate that a 4-ton gas generator will be located on the roof, just feet from the nearest residential property. The National Fire Protection Association publishes standards for these emergency and standby power systems, such as the generator, which are referenced in the most widely used codes and standards. The NFPA requires monthly tests of Hatsola's generator. The noise and exhaust generated by such a system clearly constitutes an objectionable influence. Based on the language of the zoning resolution and facts at hand, the only conclusion is that the ambulance depot would introduce significant objectionable influences into this residential neighborhood. And the DOB's purported mitigation plan is insufficient to address the noise components of such influences. And DOB's opposition fails to refute the association's points. Even if the prefatory language in the zoning resolution 2214 is not mandatory, it still describes the characteristics of community facilities, none of which apply to the ambulance depot. DOB argues that the association does not explain what prevents the people in the neighborhood from calling Hatsola's number, but it's Hatsola's burden, not the association's, to establish how the ambulance depot serves the community rather than a select subset. Hatsola has failed to do so. DOB argues it's irrelevant whether Hatsola only serves a small subset because hospitals and museums also only serve a subset. These arguments are disingenuous. Hospital museums are specifically included as community facilities, and thus the drafters of the zoning resolution took this into account. Ambulance depots are not specifically referenced. DOB's argument regarding whether Hatsola can best render services in a residential district is based on a misrepresentation of fact. DOB seems to suggest that the ambulance depot will be in addition to Hatsola's ambulances stationed strategically throughout the area, not a replacement. It's incorrect. Hatsola's promotional video available on its website suggests that the ambulances will be stored right in the center of our community, and the location allows Hatsola to respond to all neighborhoods very quickly. Moreover, Hatsola says that its overnight crews, which were previously stationed throughout the service area, will be based out of the ambulance depot instead of sitting on ambulances idling. Accordingly, DOB essentially admits Hatsola's transition from keeping ambulances embedded in the community, like FDNY, to a centralized facility would increase service times. With respect to objectionable influences, DOB first argues that the association's claims are wholly speculative, which is ironic given the entirely speculative claims made by Hatsola. But DOB's claim that a massive rooftop generator will only be run during blackouts, which have occurred 3 times in 50 years, is patently absurd and speculative. First, DOB is confusing citywide large-scale blackouts with the intermittent smaller blackouts or brownouts. DOB provides no evidence regarding how often this precise location loses power. Second, DOB ignores that these generators must engage in monthly tests. And third, DOB claims that 83 decibels is only as loud as a vacuum cleaner, so it surely cannot be an objectionable influence However, the website DOB cited as a source still refers to 83 decibels as a harsh sound, and a generator will also generate lower tones and vibrations that exacerbate noise. The additional objectionable influence regarding the traffic, how Hot Solar has operated in the past, and things of that nature will be addressed by members of the association. We appreciate the board for its consideration of this appeal. Be happy to address any outstanding points, but ask that the association members be allowed to speak after the DOB. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay.
Good morning. Just please state your name.
Sure. I am James Schmitz, Assistant General Counsel with the New York City Department of Buildings. Chair Shanda, Vice Chair Shibeta, Commissioner Otley Brown, Commissioner Sheta, Commissioner Yoon, Mr. Birnbaum, other members of the public. I want to thank Mr. Birnbaum for giving such a lengthy discussion in case anyone had not done the reading for this case. The association challenges DOB's determination about the proposed ambulance depot as a philanthropic or nonprofit institution under use group 4 for 3 reasons, which have been stated, I think, multiple times by everyone who's spoken. Just it's the claim that Hot Solo is not truly a nonprofit, that there is a better use group listing that would apply here, and that the ambulance depot does not satisfy the prefatory language at zoning resolution 22-14. As I made clear in my papers, I don't believe that any of those arguments hold any water. I think that this case, on the issue of whether or not Hatsola is a nonprofit, right? What the association is really saying is, what must DOB look at, right? And they point to this case, Applebaum v. Deutsch, where the court says that DOB can look at things beyond the official tax status or nonprofit certification. DOB can do that. Applebaum versus Deutsch, however, does not say that DOB must do that. And I think that is an extremely important distinction, right? There's this phrase from a novel I remember reading as a child where they're talking about a totalitarian society where they had a motto that everything that isn't forbidden is compulsory, right? That's sort of the argument here, that it's not forbidden to look at stuff beyond the certifications, but it's also not compulsory that we do so, right? And I want to hit on something that I believe every member of this commission has noted, which is if there's the claim, actually, let me back up. There has not been any claim, at least not in the papers that I've seen, that Hatsola has falsified information to the IRS. And when I mention IRS, I'm also referring implicitly to the New York State Department of State and the New York City Department of Finance. I'm going to lump those together as IRS for ease of purpose, but I'm referring to all of them. There's no claim that they falsified that information, right? There is furthermore no claim that those agencies looking at those truthful documents made a mistake in making those classifications, right? That those organizations, those agencies looked at the paperwork and said, yep, by all means, this really is a nonprofit or it really is entitled to a tax exemption, right? The claim, therefore, isn't just that DOB needs to do its own independent analysis, but that we should come to a different conclusion, right, than those agencies. That a nonprofit for zoning resolution purposes is somehow different than a nonprofit under state law or under the requirements in order to get a tax exemption under federal law. There is no support for that whatsoever, right? Mr. Birnbaum, sort of made a very forceful statement and said, what are they hiding? What are they doing with their money? Respectfully, that is not a question that the DOB needs to answer. This board needs to answer. Right? That is a matter for the IRS. That is a matter for the New York State Department of State. There are complaints that can be made. I find it difficult to fathom that given the amount of labor that Greenberg Traurig has exerted on behalf of their clients, that they had not made complaints to those agencies. I don't know whether or not they have, but it seems like it would be appropriate they would have. I do wonder if they did, and if so, what was the response? I also want to note that not only are we not required to look beyond the New York State Department of State certification of Hatzola as a not-for-profit corporation, but frankly, DOB is not particularly well situated to go through and do a forensic analysis of financial records. We are engineers, we are architects, we are lawyers who deal with engineers and architects. We are not necessarily certified public accountants, right? That's not our strength as an organization. And so accordingly, what we almost always do is we look at those certifications from the competent authorities and we rely on them. Now, could it be that there's some situation where there's an irregularity and we need to look beyond that? Maybe, right? There could be, for example, a very brand new soup kitchen that's providing services. They haven't been able to get their proper certification yet, but they make an argument that, look, we really are doing a nonprofit work here. We don't have the paperwork, but we can show you what our financials are. Maybe, I'm not committing to that, but maybe in that instance, we would look beyond that. But where we do have those records, right, where we do have the certification, it would require far more than an inkling for us to look beyond that, right, to dial that back and see what's under the hood. To the extent that the Form 990s from Hatzola can be relied upon, they do show that there are millions of dollars coming in to subsidize its ambulance operations. However, those ambulance operations, I think over the course of 4 years, are running $4 million in the red, right? So it's not an argument that, look, they're getting revenue. What the association is really saying is that they ought to be running more in the red than they are, right? They ought to be somehow more generous than they have been. And I think that, again, that's not the law. That's not how nonprofit corporations are defined under New York state law.
I have a question.
Sure.
I think, and I think what you're kind of stating kind of is going towards my question, but I want to raise it anyway. It's like, what?
I'm sorry, Chair, could you please speak closer to the mic?
Okay. I want to ask this question because I think much of the answers that you're saying kind of is responding to that, but I want to state it and if you can clarify if those are responding to it, is, in the documents and the appellant has stated expanded analysis. What goes into an expanded analysis? When do you do it? And at least I have to say, when I was reviewing the document, what you provided seemed to have gone beyond what typically DOB would look for a nonprofit status. But that was my take. I want to know from your end, like, is that a defined term? Is there a particular way of going about it? Is there a consistent pattern? And how do you exercise it?
No, I think that the term expanded analysis, at least as it was used in appellant's submission, was referring to, I think, 307-06A, which was a different, as I discussed in my papers, I think it's highly distinguishable. But that was, as far as I can tell, almost an ad hoc thing on the Department of Buildings, right? We wouldn't normally conduct an expanded analysis. In that instance, there were grounds based on past history that made us say, hey, you know what, we need to look at this a little bit more carefully. And I think there would have to be a situation where it's tailored to the specifics of any individual case. I think that's a judgment call. I think that may be a situation where, people who are on the other end of that analysis may think, hey, look, we shouldn't be doing it. But in the case of whether or not something is a nonprofit, I can't readily imagine that ever happening. Right? It's given that the state authorities know what they're doing, right? And if New York State Department of State tells us that something is a not-for-profit corporation under New York state law, well, they would know, right? Like they would know far better than the Department of Buildings would.
And I'm assuming you don't have the authority to counter that position.
No, I don't think we would. I think that the situation that, like I said, the situation comes to mind is where maybe they haven't gotten their paperwork together yet. And maybe at that point we'd have to look at it. But that situation, to my knowledge, has never come up, right? And if it did come up, I don't know precisely how we would handle it. I can talk to colleagues about it and maybe discuss it, but I don't think there's a rule on that. I think that's situational.
Well, it's interesting. In this case, you looked at the transfer of the fund.
To be clear, Madam Chair,
Sorry.
I did that. I did that because this matter had been so thoroughly litigated and there were hundreds of pages about this. And I just figured, look, what does this actually show, right? That even if right? Even if the board agreed with the appellant that we ought to do this expanded analysis, here's what I believe it would show, which is that they are running over the course of 5 years, $4 million in the red. And I think that counts as philanthropic, right? You're doing something for the good of mankind.
I don't think that question right now is before us.
Yeah.
Right. So I think we
Right.
tread carefully.
Exactly.
Sure.
I would say for the sake of the record, just to be careful for future, that the term expanded analysis in philosophy wise, if somebody is not qualified to do an analysis, then he's not qualified to do an expanded analysis. If somebody doesn't know what is an analysis, he necessarily doesn't know what is an expanded analysis. It's DOB is not, as far as I understand, DOB is not.
In this matter, DOB is not the expert in doing.
It's not, I would say
And
it's
D-
not the
and
agent.
and
But
DOB
the-
has been very clear. Their expertise lies with architecture, engineering,
yeah.
laws related to land use, zoning, building code. And that's what they have applied in making that determination. And they went through many various case laws and certificate of occupancies that's been granted over the years. And the way philanthropic and nonprofit organization terms, nonprofit has been used as opposed to the other zoning resolution sections where tax exempt status is specifically stated to kind of come to those conclusions. That is their expertise. They have exercised those expertise to come to that conclusion.
I think DOB, in making their argument, was saying that they did not raise a basis for this quote unquote expanded review. And in doing so, they went to the arguments that were being made and showed that this is not actually running a profit as they claimed,
Right.
even though that argument in and of itself is not before the board at the moment.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
they did an extra homework.
Yes.
Yeah, they did.
We try to go above and beyond at DOB, especially the general counsel's
Of you.
office. Yes.
I just want to be clear on the record
Yes.
that it was not asked of you by the
Right.
board.
Thank you. So I think, again, the first argument that's being raised here is really a question of what must DOB look at. And I don't think there's anything that appellant has submitted that suggests that we need to look beyond the official documentation. Second, the association makes the claim that the ambulance depot has to be listed under some other use group 6, use group 16. And they state that under zoning resolution 22-00, there's a clause that says, whenever a use is specifically listed in a use group, that's one condition, and it could also be construed to be incorporated within a more inclusive use listing, then if both of those conditions are met, the more specific listing shall control. The department takes the position, as Commissioner Otley Brown mentioned a moment ago, that the first condition, that there is a use specifically listed in the use group, doesn't obtain here, right? That this is, it could be construed in multiple different ways, but there's nothing in any of the use listings, either under use group 4, use group 6, use group 16, that requires, that is more specific, that relates to this particular activity, right? This particular use. And so because there's nothing more specific, anything that is legally allowed in this particular zoning district, they're allowed to seek. And in this instance, it does fit as a philanthropic or nonprofit institution. It's a community facility. They're trying to do this in a residential district. And so use group 4A is appropriate, right? That doesn't mean there may not be some other district where somebody wants to build something and it's a commercial district and it turns out that they want to do that as a use group 6 or 16. If they're legally allowed to do it, they're legally allowed to do it. We're not gonna step in and say no, because this is a situation where there isn't any more specific listing.
So these aren't mutually exclusive.
Correct. That's exactly right. And then the association argues that the proposed ambulance depot does not comply with the spirit of zoning resolution 2214 because it doesn't comply with the prefatory language found in that section. I think, as documented in our papers, Appelbaum v. Deutsch makes really clear that the language in 2214, that preface, is not controlling. It is a suggestion, not a command. Nevertheless, it's important to respect those suggestions as best we can. And as for the reasons set out in my papers, I believe that Hatsola is providing an essential health service to the residents of this community, right? I think even Mr. Birnbaum had mentioned one of the first things, that they don't dispute that they're providing health services to people, right? That they're helping people out. And I would also argue that there was a moment ago where they were discussing the danger of traffic and there'd be extra traffic around here. That is a function of where people are injured or where people need medical help. It is not a function of where this facility is located, right? This facility, I don't know the neighborhood, but if we assume that across the street, across Main Street in Queens, that's a different commercial district or something, and we're situated there, the ambulances would still be going to the residential district, right? They would still be causing traffic. They'd still be causing potentially noise and lights and everything else, because that's where the people are hurt, right? That's what they're responding to. And so there's nothing intrinsic about where this is in the residential district that's causing those influences. And again, for the reasons that I've mentioned in my papers, I believe that the influences that are raised by this ambulance depot, I don't believe that they are significant objectionable influences. They're things that for the most part would be unavoidable in any organization like this. I will note that that DOB did require Hatsola to have a noise mitigation plan. Mr. Birnbaum does correctly note that at least in one other instance, DOB required a more restrictive noise mitigation plan. But there are also several other use group 4 facilities I checked that have no noise restriction on them, right? So the fact that that DOB did not require something equivalent to its most restrictive noise mitigation plan doesn't mean that the noise mitigation plan that was agreed to or that was submitted is insufficient, right? There's nothing that says we have to do it exactly the same way in all cases, and it's got to be as harsh as it ever can be, right? Especially when there's situations where we have not required it at all.
Was there a basis to agree on this type of mitigation plan?
I know that I don't want to answer definitively. I might have to say that for a second submission. I believe that came about through discussion between Hatsola and DOB. I think Hatsola had suggested that plan, but I'd have to check and make sure. And so ultimately, we believe that the ambulance depot is consistent with the prefatory language, and that DOB has followed its longstanding policy of looking to the state tax exemptions and federal tax exemptions and the state non-for-profit certification to determine that Hatsola is a nonprofit entity. It is appropriately classified as a use group 4 philanthropic or nonprofit institution. There is no more specific use listing other than this that would command, and so therefore we believe that Hatsola has the ability to construct this facility as of right. Unless the board has any other questions.
No, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't. Do any of you?
No.
Okay. Should we go to the property owner's representative?
Sure.
And after that, we will go to the association? Is that okay? Okay.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yes. State your name for the record and proceed to.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein on behalf of the Hatsola organization. We appreciate DOB and BSA's thorough analysis of the application materials that were submitted. And we have nothing further at this time. We'd like to reserve our rights to submit in writing if necessary. But we do agree with DOB and we appreciate DOB and the board's analysis.
Okay. Thank you. And any questions? Anything? All right. Let's go to the representatives from the association. Do we need to time?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like going into the public session. So there's a time allotted. Everyone, each speaker will have
30 minutes.
3 minutes.
Do you want to make the statement?
And we also need to, we are already in public, but can you also, if somebody's calling in, can you
Okay,
just
you
read
wanna
out
do the,
name so people can.
Okay. You want to do the statement? Okay. Okay. The case that
Should
we're.
we,
hearing-
I'm sorry, Ms. Matias, should we post up the?
Yeah,
the
Jella,
call?
could you post the, I'm sorry, give me one moment, sir. Yeah.
We need to post the public testimony notification. Anybody from public wants to speak online can join in and speak regarding the subject matter. So, but we'll start with members who are here in person to talk before we go to the online.
She's posting it. Okay, 1 second. Give her 1 second. Okay. The case that we're currently discussing is 2025-01A, 6815 Main Street, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the Weber ID number 161-932-2412 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hands at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're all recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application. Please state your name for the record and.
Good afternoon. My name is Avi Konigsberg. I'm the president of the Block Association. Just for a little background information, I'm a certified paramedic and I've worked for Hatzalah for 13 years. I'm not currently a member, but I was a member for 13 years. And I worked for various different hospital organizations under the city's 911 system. First and foremost, I would like to mention that I have respiratory problems. I'm a 9/11 rescuer, and I also had a fire at my home at 14411 68th Road on March 3rd, 2022, where I was removed from my home by Fidney EMS in cardiac arrest, and I have significant respiratory problems and cardiac problems associated with that. As such, I will now explain, because I think that there's a little bit of a misunderstanding as to how Hatzalah functions as opposed to EMS. EMS functions, the personnel wait for calls at the depot, wherever the depot is. According to the city Fidney system, that would be at the local firehouses, that the ambulances are staffed, and then they proceed to calls from those locations. That is not how Hatzalah functions. Hatzalah functions that the members carry radios and they proceed either to the calls directly or to the ambulance depot to pick up the ambulances in their own private fly cars, which have lights and sirens, and they drive individually. And when they get to an emergency location, they put their cars wherever they can find a place. Now, our block where we live on 68th Road is 3 blocks from Queens College. And I can tell you that during the day, there is no parking on our block. We also live directly off of Main Street, which is a shopping district, which again limits parking. And yet they're going to put an ambulance depot with absolutely no parking facilities for their 250 plus members to come for training sessions and to proceed to the depot to pick up ambulances with no explanation as to where they're going to put their cars. In the past, and we have submitted photos to the court and I believe to the DOB, they park on sidewalks, they park blocking crosswalks, they park blocking people's private driveways. Now, if there would be once in a while, as they say, oh, well, if an ambulance comes to deal with a sick patient on your block, so, okay, that's a rare occurrence. And unfortunately, people have to deal with that. But if this is going to be a daily occurrence, and according to their website, they take more than 7,000 calls a year, which comes out to more than 20 calls a day, that means that our block that the depot is going to be located on is going to be subjected to this parking issue, members proceeding down the block at increased speeds with lights and sirens continually. And I believe that that does pose a significant objectionable influence. In addition, when the members go on calls, since they don't want their cars to be hit by cars coming down the block, since they're not parked legally, their cars are sticking out in every which way, they leave the lights on. And because they don't want the cars to be dead, they leave the cars running, which means that we'll be subjected to not only the parking problems and the safety issues of having cars speeding down the street, but the additional objectionable influence of having exhaust fumes of these cars running continually multiple times during the day, which, as I said, as somebody who has significant respiratory and cardiac problems, that will affect me directly. My home is directly next to the ambulance facility. the generator that they're gonna have on the roof is going to be facing my house, not the Main Street side, on my side, which again, the generator itself is a diesel generator, generates diesel fumes. The ambulances are diesel ambulances. Frequently, they leave them on the street running in the winter because they want to keep them warm, again, creating fumes. These are objectionable influences, I think, not only subjective, but objectively. And I would like if the board could please take those into account. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person? Take your time, dear.
Take your time.
Do you need help to get up?
No, I can do it. It just takes me long. Okay.
Please state your name for the record.
Okay, I'm Ricky Konigsberg. I'm the direct homeowner adjacent to the property. That's my son, who is the president of the association. I'm speaking on behalf not only for myself, but for 12 individual families on the block and 3 individual families that are in surrounding blocks that are asking us to represent them in their objections. And our objections are for objectionable influences, we're not discussing the first part of this hearing. And the objectionable influences, as my son has stated, but also I want to restate. Hatzalah serves the community by driving very quickly to any calls that they take, and they do that with private cars. And they go through the community with lights and sirens, and we have experienced, because we've all experienced it, lights and sirens are very loud. They come down at high speed. They have come down our block to take calls. They come down Main Street to take calls in other parts of the neighborhood. But now they want to put a facility on the corner that's going to have the ambulances that they have to pick up. And because there are only 2 ways to access that facility, that's through 147th Street to Main Street, which is on 68th Road, because that's the adjoining block, or down Main Street. So if they're not coming across Main Street, they're coming down our block. And they're coming at speed with lights and sirens. We have a lot of young children on the block. You know, young children, they play, they don't watch. If a ball goes in the street, they run to get it. We have elderly people on the block who walk in the street because the streets are not so even. There are, ups and downs on the street. It's not so easy for some people to navigate, and so they go in the street. And again, when you're coming on lights and sirens, you don't give warning until you're right there because you don't hear them far away. You hear them when they get to the block. And so that's a major safety issue that we're concerned about. And that's not a trivial issue because people have been, there have been various issues that have gone on in the community, not necessarily directly with the ambulances. We're talking about cars that the members are using to get to the ambulances, okay? And that's the objectionable influence. Because they're going to be putting this storage facility for the ambulances around the corner from us and hopefully facing Main Street and not facing the block, which would only make it that much worse. They're going to have to come down the block many times in order to retrieve those ambulances. And we've talked about how many cars come to do that. Every time they go for an ambulance, it's 2 members that drive that ambulance. That means that's 2 cars that are sitting there that come down the block to pick up the ambulance, okay? And we're talking about at least 20 calls a day. That's a lot of cars. In addition to that, we talked about the health issues, and my son talked about the health issues, but that's true for a lot of us on the block. He's not the only person with respiratory issues on the block. And we're talking about cars that they leave running. We've seen, but we watch them keep our cars running. And so it's not that they won't be doing that. The person from DOB talked about the fact that there's a noise mitigation plan. And I'm not sure how that can be, what shall I say, implemented in the sense that how are you going to tell 250 plus members that they have to go without lights and sirens when it's not safe for them to go without lights and sirens? And if their cars are equipped with sirens, it's whatever the siren is. And I don't know that they're going to get 250 members to always comply with that. So even though the section we have in the noise mitigation plan, I don't see how they're going to necessarily make sure that that's implemented. So that's a noise issue for the neighborhood. And as I say, the safety issue in terms of my son gave a very articulate description of what the diesel fumes are going to be, and that's a health issue as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just be
Next
careful,
speaker?
please.
Next speaker.
Next speaker. I see,
There's one person in the.
who has raised the hand, from the online room. We will, call you once all the in-person attendees have spoken.
To that podium, that's good.
My name is Nechama Biederman. I'm the fourth house to the facility that I want to build. And I just want to tell you a few things that happened to me. And first of all, I cannot take the fume. I'm afraid of it because I'm also not well. Respiration problem. I have pacemaker. I don't feel good. Even now, all of a sudden, my body started to shake and my sugar falls down. I have very big problems. One of the time, an ambulance comes and I am walking a little bit because the street is not straight. Then I was walking under gutter. And as I go, all of a sudden an ambulance comes in a crazy, quick position. I don't know from where he came, and now with the shopping. And he makes me with the hand through the window, and he said to me to stop. And I didn't know from where he came even, but he was rushing like crazy. It's bothered me a little bit because it didn't look like they were going on a call, and I watched them. They went private, but the siren, sorry, my English, they were still with the noise that I thought I'm going crazy because I got very scared. Matter of fact, I saw Mr. Sanders when I came back and I said, I don't know, I thought I'm going to die. In a minute, I would be killed. Because I had to stop the car because they went. And it was two young boys that went into the bakery to buy something. Then you should know they are using their own the parents' cars or any car for their own. And this is terrible. Another time, I went to deliver some food on 99th Street on Rigo Park. And I came to the building, and in the meantime, I saw they were taking somebody down, and I didn't even realize. And two guys were there. They parked the cars, they didn't care, they left it in the middle, they went with the ambulance, and we had to wait over an hour. We should be able to get out of there. We couldn't go because they come with the cars and they have to leave it somewhere. And where did they left it? Just there. I went with, very honestly, to deliver food from the organization that I belong to. Again, I couldn't go. I'm very scared in the fume. I don't know what's going to be. I'm not a well person. I'm 60 years on the block. And I'm very afraid it's only the fourth house from the corner. What's going to be if they're going to close my driveway and I had to go quickly and I'll need some help. I cannot go out, I cannot go in. They're going to take the whole parking because they're, after all, at least 250 calls during the day and night. There are over 7,000 calls a day. And it cannot be, we are a residential area. I don't know why they want us, why are they doing it? And I think they're doing it to hurt us for a reason. They had plenty of other places where to go. And with full of parking, and we told them, but they wanted us just in the residential area. And I think it's unfair. And I think you should think about it. Why is it doing it to us? What's going on? And why should we suffer? We're a residential area. We lived all the years over there with quiet and nice. I cannot let my grandchildren to come and play. I have to stock them house. My next door neighbor has 11 children. He locks the kids inside. He said, I'm afraid. Why should it be? Across the street is 9 little children. The other one has also about 7 children. We are a block with full of little children. They won't even be able to go out to play. I already don't let them go out because it's dangerous. Can you imagine that solar and the noises? Why do we have to go through that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else from public?
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Shoshana Saunders.
Shoshana Sanders.
Hi,
Go
I don't
ahead.
turn on my video.
Um, if
Um,
you want to.
Well, my name's Shoshana Sanders. I live 3 houses down from the proposed Hatsala garage. I live with my elderly mother, who is the homeowner. I just want to just agree with what my neighbors have said, our concerns about noise, our concerns about racing cars. Specific to our family, I'm concerned about the parking situation. We have 2 disabled and medically compromised people in this household, my mother and my son, who is developmentally disabled and also has medical issues. We have a need for therapists, medical professionals, caregivers to come and to park on this block to serve our family. And the parking situation, as many people have mentioned, is already difficult. We also have Accessori coming down the block, to service my mother and my son. Having more traffic, having fewer parking spots is going to limit their ability to get serviced by the vehicles and the professionals and paraprofessionals that they need. And the noise obviously is an issue. We already have certain private ambulances that sort of sit on our block or sit near our block on our corner. And they're constantly, taking off for, responding to calls. There's a constant noise. This will only be multiplied many times with Hatsala right on our corner. And we've also seen, as my neighbors have mentioned, we've seen vehicles with Hatsala plates parking inconsiderately. Very often they're parking at our corner where there's no parking sign, no standing, where there's limited visibility when we turn the corner to make a right onto Main Street. And the way that the garage is situated, the ambulances will come in and out of Main Street going towards the LIE, which is actually away from the heart of the community, so that when they respond to calls to go to people's houses, they're going to have to make a right and then make a U-turn, and they're not going to be heading in the direction of the calls that they're responding to. So the placement of all these ambulances does not make any sense in that location. It makes a lot more sense to keep the ambulances where they are, spread out within the community, more centrally located, not at the edge of it, so that they can continue to respond quickly.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Your 3 minute is up. You may not have heard the chime.
Okay.
Please wrap
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. If you don't have anything to say. Anybody else from online community? All right. Do we need to call both of them? No.
We have to set up a schedule.
Okay. So upon further, all the discussions that we have had, I mean, the question before the board is, has DOB considered all the applicable regulations and regulatory controls that DOB has the expertise and knowledge of in exercising its determination, and should I believe from what I'm hearing from all of you, DOB has. And the question that the appellant has placed, which is the questioning of the nonprofit status, DOB has exercised its knowledge and expertise, and which is very consistent with how BSA in the past and continues to exercise in determining a nonprofit status by looking at state entities, federal entities, and city entities who have the authority to identify and or recognize or certify the nonprofit status of an entity. And based on those documentations, DOB came to that conclusion, as we would have and as we continue to do. And as I stated, with regards to the application of the zoning regulation, specifically the classification of use groups, where it is permitted, where a use can, I don't need to repeat what has been stated. I think DOB exercised it, the interpretation as we have at the board have done, example being the Target case. And and I think DOB statement made it clear that that is the fact pattern that DOB relies on and would do so. So I think I think from what I heard, and I'm sorry to hear what the community has stated, but those questions are not use related. Those questions are enforcement, and that really should be something handled with other entities that deal with enforcement of transportation and other things, and not really DOB. DOB's job is to review plans and to ensure that the plan is compliant with code, fire code, building code, zoning codes, and which it has done. So I am of the opinion, based on what I'm hearing from you all, what I heard from you all, that I recommend we close this and keep the record open for the property owner, for the appellant, and for DOB to submit any rebuttal that they want to provide. And I think it should be I don't think it should be, I don't know if it makes sense for the appellant to respond, or maybe the appellant should respond first and then DOB should follow up, and there could be a SIR reply and DOB can respond to that, and then Mr. Goldstein can kind of also respond simultaneously with DOB for each one of those response to appellant. The number of pages. Yes, the number of pages, since we have such an extensive, voluminous, thorough documentation from both entities, appellant and DOB, I do not think things ought to be repeated. Just add things that have not been stated. So I'm going to limit this to only 3 pages of submission, because we have a lot of, and the question is DOB, I mean, I think from everything, what I've stated, we are not the body to deliberate on the nonprofit status. The entities that issue those certifications are the person that you should be going to first, and we are not that body. But be that as it may, we did mention about Target, and the appellant wants to review that and respond to that. I would say that should be the focus. The appellant should look at and respond to it. I emailed them the resolution. Right, and that really should be the focus, because and then DOB, you can respond to appellant's response to the question to it. Yeah. Council Vine, do you want to add anything? I really don't want this to be a back and forth of he said, she said, and that what was stated. It is the question that we have stated here that needs to
I have nothing to add. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Anything? Yes.
Yeah, I would like that appellant and DOB and the property owner, if they want, to like look into the objectionable influence issue. And I'm asking, I'm asking the appellant if I hear the word objectionable influence like 10 times today in your statement in the public testimony. Have you done any like testing, any environmental assessment?
Commissioner, this is not a case that is before us for review of that level. It is an as of right use, and DOB is exercising the as of right aspect of it. So I don't think this is a question for them.
Isn't it related to
No.
whether this is a use group for?
No, I thought we have established it's a use group 4, so I'm not sure where this is. So I would say one thing, and we have no way of determining where the ambulance is going to go, right? And the speed of the ambulance is going to be determined by how quickly they need to respond to it. And that is no different from any ambulance that is run, whether
That's
it's by
correct,
EMT
yeah.
or anything. The noise generated from there is no different. How they operate and how, I mean, fire department people, FDNY staff, I know in my neighborhood, everybody takes a car and comes there,
Mhm.
right? And
And that's what I'm getting at. What's the
so,
difference?
so it's not,
between-
it's not a different, and they park on the street. They're not parking in a garage, or they're not parking the police department. They're not parking in the fire department garage. They're parking on the street. So I think the use is what it is at hand. I think these, again, these are enforcement issues. That is not related to use. So I think we need to, that question is not a question that is merited at all for this particular purpose. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
You want to call
Yeah, motion to close?
for a motion to close? Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Do you want to set a schedule?
Are we looking
I
at that
think
yet?
it would be best if you follow up.
Okay,
with the
I'll
team
follow up with all the
on-
parties and we'll set a schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for
You
coming.
dropped something.
Okay, so now what do you want to do? Take a break and then come?
Let's take a break. We are actually almost at 1 o'clock. So let's take a lunch break and then we will resume with the rest of the review session and call the public hearing.
1:30?
Yeah, let's do 1:30. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll come back at 1:30 for the review session for the remainder of the cases and then take another break and then proceed with public hearing. We thank everyone for their patience.
Did you hear me? Foi bem.
Oh,
I'll change, I'll tell them what she said.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're about to begin, we're reverting back to continuation of
The review.
this morning's
Review session.
public review, executive review session.
we just closed on a public hearing portion, and now we're going back to the review sessions.
Sure. So Ms. Matias, we are live, we are streaming. You may proceed.
Miss Pranga, could you remove that screen? Thank you. I know how to do what I do myself, poor thing. Okay,
Just microphones on, everyone?
yeah. Everyone's microphones on?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals Review Session for August 11, 2025. Please be reminded, no public testimony is permitted during this review session. The next item is a reopening, 41350BZ, Volume 4, 691 East 149th Street in the Bronx.
Okay, we
Let me
have to
call to reopen. Chair
have to-
Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, so we had to reopen it because when the board had granted the extension of term, a board also had a condition whereby it required that certificate of occupancy be obtained by January 28, 2026. Applicant needs more than that to obtain a new CO. So applicant is requesting a 20-month. Is everybody okay with that? Then we can make a motion, amend the condition to a 20-month extension of time to obtain a certificate of occupancy from the date of the grant.
So it's a motion to close and then a motion to reapprove.
Yeah,
We already reopened. Do we do the motion
We
to
have to-
grant after the hearing?
we have to close first. and
We
then-
just reopened, right?
We reopened.
We're gonna close it
We
again
have
and
to
then
close
vote
it,
it now.
And then we.
Okay.
vote
You
it.
can vote it out now.
Yeah,
Okay, so everyone's agreed and then we're gonna close?
motion to close?
Okay, motion to close, Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay,
And a motion to approve the amendment to the condition that it be, we grant a 20-month extension of time to obtain certificate of occupancy from the date of the grant.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, application's been granted. New cases. Item number 17, 112964BZ, Volume 3, 14736 Brookville Boulevard, Queens.
This is an extension of time application, proof of initial filing and hearing notice is not required. It's an extension of time and a waiver of board's rule to obtain a certificate of occupancy for a previously approved variance for an existing factory building which expired in May 2019. And the applicant states that the building is fully constructed and based on Google Street View, while the building has been constructed for a long period of time, I noticed that it did the ADA ramp that was in the approved plan has not been built, and that was part of the prior board's grant. And applicant in its latest submission confirmed that it has not been built and that is or current owner intends to build this ramp. So and also from the photos provided, it doesn't seem that in-ground landscaping provision along the side lot line, especially abutting lot 41, has been met. And the remainder of the site improvements are still not in place as per the approved plan. Applicant is seeking 2 years to obtain a certificate of occupancy. I'm assuming this also factors in the time to construct the ramp and all the necessary approval, all the necessary improvements to the site in order to secure the certificate of occupancy. So applicant should clarify that. there are no violations, Vice Chair Shibata.
No further comments.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no comments.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta,
I have no comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I think that this site covers both tax lots 30 and 33, and the tax map submitted shows or only indicates the site as lot 33. It should be revised to show both subject lots. Same with the photos submitted. The map mislabels the site and only includes lot 33, but should it also include lot 30? There are also missing photos of lot 30 where the ramp should have been, and general photos of the landscaping and parking area there. Cyclomedia will confirm what the chair said, that the landscaping looks like it's in pretty rough shape. And then, let's see, the past resolution discusses, I'll leave it at that, just to, those administrative errors on the documents to include both lots.
Okay. Good. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, item number 18, 46077 BZ, 55 East 124th Street, Manhattan.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community Board has voted to approve this application with a condition that future as-of-right development at 1800 Park Avenue be required to come to Community Board 11 Land Use Landmarks and Planning Committee for review and comment by the Community Board and residents of the Community Board in the schematic design. And that the proposed development at 1800 Park Avenue follow Community Board 11's local hiring guidelines. Now, the action before us has nothing to do with any development that is going to be built at 1800 Park Avenue. It's going to be an as-of-right development. The action before us is literally a cleaning up of a site plan. So I'm not sure to what extent the board can direct the community board, the applicant to address these comments, but it is a recommendation that I think the applicant can take and follow accordingly. So this is an application for an amendment of a previously approved site plan pursuant to zoning resolution section 7221 variance for an enlargement of an educational institution that is still existing on lot 24 to merge with the zoning lot 33 into one single zoning lot. Lot 33 was also a subject of a previous variance in 2014 for a parking waiver for an as-of-right mixed-use residential development, which has lapsed. The as-of-right, as part of the 2014 approval, board did assess a development on lot 33 that included transfer of development right from lot 24. So I think this is a very interesting case. There were two separate sites at one point and mergers happened. However, I think the upshot of all of this is that what the applicant is requesting is an update of the 1977 approved site plan, which includes, which affects lot 24 and part of what is currently lot 33. I don't know if I need to go into the history of this case, but upon reading of all the documents and everything that's been presented, I, for one, I think a question of Bella Vista was mentioned in the document. I'm satisfied with the explanation because, as we know, Bella Vista is not applicable for cases that are based on programmatic need. And when board had approved in 1977 the variance to build into the rear yard for an educational facility on lot 24, it was based on programmatic need, and therefore a Bella Vista is not applicable. I am satisfied with this. This seems like an error or an omission, oversight over the years, and the applicant is trying to correct that. And I have no additional comments.
Madam Chair, just for the board, and again, I'll defer to the applicant to address it, but I believe the assemblage was created subsequent to the
Yes.
variance approval,
Yeah.
so it's about 40 years ago. This is, we're only considering the amendment to the site plan to reflect the correct meets and bounds of the then newly created assemblage.
Yeah, the assemblage was created precisely in sometime after in 2013.
Yeah.
Actually, 2007.
Yeah.
Specifically 2007, portion of then college parcel, portion of it was became part of lot 33, as known as parcel 2, formerly known as parcel 2. Okay, Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with this application.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
I'm satisfied with the application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with you that that Bella Vista analysis is not warranted in this case because of the reason you mentioned. The only thing I have is a clarification. On the statement of fact, page 4, the final paragraph, it says at the time of the variance, the college owned former lots 24, 26, 28, 29, 129, and 30. And then on the same statement of facts on page 8, the second paragraph, it says notably the variance site and adjacent site were not under common ownership or control at the time of the variance. So for me, it sounds like they are contradicting sentences. So I just need them to clarify that.
Yeah, so can you read it out again? What
Yes,
is-
if you want to open the statement of facts, I can share it.
Okay.
Let me open it. It will be my computer is slow, like everybody else. Oh, yeah.
I mean, as you're opening the thing, as I understand it, back in 1977, college owned 2 parcels. Parcel 1 was former lot 24, 26, 28, 29, 30, where the school exists. And parcel 2, which was former lots 31, 131, 32, 132, 42, 141, and 41, which is now part of the current lot 33.
We're not in common ownership.
And right. And parcel 2 was disposed in 2007 from college to then property owner.
It did show, right? It did show up, the PDF did show up, right?
No.
It didn't?
Mm-mm. No.
Let me do it.
460.
For some reason it doesn't like your share.
It sounds like, yeah.
I can try it if you'd like.
Okay. That's weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
Which page were you referring to?
2 pages. The first is
Okay, we've got it
page
up
4, the final paragraph.
here.
Yeah, you see at the time, is at the time of the college owned, the time of the variance college of 24, 26, 28, 29, 129, and 30. And then if you go to page 8, second paragraph.
Okay, I think I was reading the same things. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe the applicant can respond to this at the hearing.
It's just a clarification.
Yeah.
But I'm okay with it. I'm satisfied with that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon? sorry.
I'm satisfied with the application.
Okay.
Item number 19, 212BZ Volume 3, 640, 666 South Conduit Boulevard, Brooklyn. I had emailed everyone a response from the applicant to the fire department's objection letter. Did anyone see it?
Was that a response from the applicant? It looked like just the FDNY objection letter.
No, there was, he submitted something that said that, they're working on, it was a whole.
Oh,
I
I'm
could've- I
sorry.
could have done I forwarded the whole email. I thought you saw the whole email. They're working to revise, correct violations.
Oh, I see.
But
It was
these
in
are
the body of the
certificates of
email.
affidavits.
I
think-
see.
Yeah.
I was just looking
certificates.
at the attachments. That's
Yeah.
my bad. Okay.
Okay, this is an extension of time to obtain a certificate of occupancy for an existing the facility which was granted a variance for the operation of a gasoline service station, an accessory convenience store, minor auto repair and car wash, which will expire in September on September 18, 2025.
The
Appli-
time to obtain the certificate of occupancy.
Just to obtain the
Yes.
certificate of
Right.
occupancy, right? And the applicant state that they have filed the application. DOB issued an objection and the documents are required and need DOB approval before the 18th. And so I think there have been some delay in the back and forth. It's not clear from the submission as to how much time the applicant will need to obtain the certificate of occupancy. Should clarify it at the hearing. And the revised statement of fact that was provided last week is confusing, especially with regards to open DOB application. Are these open DOB applications related to any violations or documents to obtain certificate of occupancy? We also received a letter of objection from fire department. And according to that letter of objection, it seems the site has failed to submit plans for the conversion of the storage tanks from diesel to gasoline and alteration for discharge piping, and has failed to arrange for a 2-year functionality test for the leak detection system, protecting the fuel storage system. And the due date was on October 1st, 2024. And Ms. Matias, you stated that they submitted did the applicant submit some response?
Yes. Ugh, sorry. The applicant submitted, hold on. When I need to find it, I don't find it. I sent it, I emailed it during the lunch break.
Yeah, the applicant, I can read it if that's easier.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
It reads, Tony, good morning. I reached out to the client regarding the FDNY violations and received the attachments below. The violations are in the process of being addressed.
Thank you. I just,
See the attached certificates of correction affidavits. This is from Glenn Catrona.
Okay.
yeah. And I
Has this
forwarded,
been forwarded to fire department?
I forwarded to Mr. Rodriguez. Chief
Oh, I do
Rodriguez.
see our fire department representative. Thank you. Thank you for being part of this discussion. Okay. And have you received it, Chief?
Yeah, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
How do you, is that okay? Good
Yeah.
levels? Okay. I received the email and the 2 documents that the property owner submitted
Mhm.
are affidavits dealing with violation orders that are unrelated to the ones that are referenced in the letter of objection.
Okay, so we'll have the applicant address
Yeah, you said they're still working on it. So
Chief
that-
Rodriguez, yeah, during
Yeah.
the hearing process.
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you, Chief.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. Vice Chair Shabeta?
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I believe I read that they're asking for 2 years.
That's what I.
Oh, okay. My oversight. Thank you.
No other question.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, they are asking for 2 years. I read the same thing. I'm asking them to indicate the local lot number and the lot area in the statement of fact. Please describe the site in the statement of fact and address the violations in the statement of facts as well. The DOB violations, if any. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I looked at Biz to see the CO application. It was indeed filed, but on December 31st of 2024, which was 15 months after the last grant. So it would be good to understand the delay in filing the CO application. And the last activity that I could see on Biz was in January of this year. So a bit more description of what needs to be done and what's holding up the process. Also, I remember when we heard this case last, we discussed the car leasing as an office only. And there is an older condition in the 2001 resolution that states that all parking spaces on the site be for customer parking. And I remember talking about not holding the leasable cars on site here. But if you look at Google Maps Encyclopedia, particularly in the last 18 months, it seems pretty clear that the location where customer parking was designated on the approved plans is being used for leasable car parking. They're all identical models. They're all models that they advertise on their website. So I'd like the applicant to address that. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. All right.
Move on.
Yes.
Item number 2016-12 BZ, Volume 4, 184 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
These are new cases?
No, sorry, new
Yes,
case.
these are all
Thank
new
you.
cases.
Sorry.
Okay, a proof of initial filing and hearing notice was provided. We have not received any response from the community board. Board staff has reached out to the community board regarding this. Applicant, this is an application for an amendment of a previously approved special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-19. This is the I think this is the old pre-ZH, ZEO.
Yeah. This
text
is
amendment.
technically under 1146 of the
Right.
new zoning. They're continuing under the previous.
Right. Permitting a school at the subject site, which is zoned for M12. So as I was looking through all the documents, first of all, there is a CO that was obtained in 2024. However, the 2024 CO does not include the conditions as was required by prior board conditions. So the CO needs to be modified, which will have to be, should this be granted. But regardless, even if it's not granted, CO is not meeting all the board's findings. The applicant is proposing to amend 6 of the prior board conditions to permit playground on the roof of the first and the third floors, permit elevator access to the roof of the building, make western windows on second and third floors operable, and provide windows fronting on the roof over the first floor area. So the board's condition regarding the window wall attenuation and prohibiting use of rooftop play area was due to air quality and noise concerns. Applicant states that as of 2018, equipment at 156 Sanford has been replaced. It minimizes the emission, and applicant has conducted additional noise testing of the chiller in its activated state. And therefore, based on these testing, applicant believes that the roof over the first floor can be used for play area, and the windows at the rear lot line can be made operable at 31 dBA sound attenuation measures in place. Applicant is also requesting permitting the use of the roof over the third floor and providing an elevator access to the roof. Its applicant is also seeking amendment to the location of the bus parking during drop-off pickup period from 101 Barrack Street, located in Brooklyn, to 58-38 47th Street, Maspeth. A lease has been provided that was entered into in 2022 to park 6 school buses, and it is valid till 2027. And this site is located in an M3 district. I was just Googling through it and looked at the Zola and Acris for this site. I need a clarification from the applicant. Regarding the ownership of the site, according to Acris, the site is under a different ownership. J&J has not, has no prior ownership of this site. There is J&J Farms Creamery that is located at 57-4849 Place, Maspeth. So please clarify the validity and of this lease. Applicant is also seeking amendment to the approved plan and is proposing to increase in the floor area from previously granted 69,524 square feet to 82,061 square feet. Now, this increase in floor area would be granted by filling in a large auditorium space that the prior resolution had, prior board had approved into 2 floors. And so this will not change the building envelope. It is just a change within the building envelope. And the reason for this expansion is to expand the pre-nursery program for ages 2 and under 3 years for boys and girls. And also and there has been an increased growth in the high school student, and to basically provide a necessary accommodation to for this expansion in the growth in the high school facility. However, at the same time, there has been a decrease in the student population going to grades 1 through 8. So based on that, there will be a total expansion of students from 760 to 895 students. And also the faculty would increase from 130 to 210. So I have a question regarding the play area that is being proposed on the 3rd floor. A 10-foot high chain link fence is being proposed. What I would like to know, what is the capacity of the play area that is located on the roof of the 1st floor? That has not been clarified. And fire department recently issued an objection letter regarding the proposed rooftop plan. Specifically, it is regarding not being in compliant with fire department code access requirements. So those need to be responded to and revised accordingly. And the plan needs to be revised accordingly. So because there were, in order for the board to consider this modification, applicant needs to meet the findings, reassess the findings that was met pursuant to section 73-19. Applicant has stated that in its 2018, with regards to A and B are not affected. It's really C, and I would say D. With regards to C finding, the air quality and noise, in its 2018 DEP review, a sign-off was issued, and it did not cite air quality impact from the subject site to the adjacent residential use, and traffic quality will not exceed the screening threshold. Now, according to this tech memo, the industrial source from Van Blarcom Industries were resolved with, the estimated increase in the autos would be 8, which will be below threshold. And the change in the number of students would not affect the number of buses and auto trips. That is the applicant's statement. So I just have a couple of questions. Now, we know DEP is evaluating the noise and the air quality analysis. I need a clarification regarding the statement made in tech memo page 4 of 9. Second bullet under noise. It is not clear to me where the referred 8-foot high parapet wall is located in relation to 441 Nordstrand Avenue, which is a 5-story residential building located across Nordstrand Avenue, and also homes across Willoughby Avenue. For the proposed play area on the roof of 1st floor, wouldn't a noise attenuation measure be needed for the portion that abuts residential use located on lot 41? With regards to finding D, which is the movement of traffic, it is estimated that there will be total increase, as stated earlier, there'll be an increase in the number of students, well over 100. and there'll also be an increase in number of faculty. Now, since pre-K will have boys and girls, I just want to make sure, because the statement wasn't clear, it kept saying 895 female students. I just want to make sure that when the pre-K will have, since it will have boys and girls, did the total number include the boys also? And please make sure that the number of students estimated in the statement of facts and tech memo is consistent, because I did see some offs. Analysis would be better served with a table of what was proposed, estimated in 2018, and compared that to the current proposal and the increment in the modal split, school bus versus auto versus PED and public transportation. Currently, there are 5 buses that will come to the school to drop off students in the morning and 5 p.m. in the evening. Now, it will increase to 6 buses in the AM and in the afternoon period. And it states that 360 students in grades 1 through 8 will arrive by 6 school buses. And the preschool children will travel by foot with their guardians or parents. And the high school students will either walk or take mass transit. Now, is the school fully operational? I know it is built, but it's not clear if it is fully operational. And it is not clear how many preschools will be arriving by bus. In 2013 EAS, it estimated that 180 preschools will be arriving by 4 buses. The tech memo states that preschool students will be arriving by foot. If a majority of preschool will arrive by foot, will it not affect the bed count at certain intersections? And at a minimum, a crossing guard would be required at these affected intersections. Also, clarify through the documents the hours of operation, drop-off, and pickup, and after-school activities that would mostly generally, I think, high school students use it, and what would be the modal split for these different hours. And I need more clarification regarding the modal split, and that there are no expectancy of any increase in the bus or other private vehicles utilization for drop-off and pickup. And what was the prior modal analysis that the board had considered for this school? So those are my questions. I think the document needs more information. I need more information for me to make sure that C and D findings are met. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. We have similar comments. I don't want to be repetitive, so I'm going to reserve comment at this time.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional questions.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I gave you good comments. I have nothing further to say.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
I have a few questions. I had the same question about the owner of the new bus lease site, because I also looked that up on Acris. I think we had the same idea about a table on the student growth chart, and I apologize if I'm repeating something, but I had to create my own version of a chart. I would like the applicant to prepare this that includes the prior approved numbers, the current numbers with a year or a designation of what current refers to, so I know that I'm not looking at something from the previous approval, and then going forth with the growth. I also did not see a mention, and I may have missed, for arrival and dismissal times for all of the categories of students. I only saw arrival times for grades 1 through 8 and preschool, but not high school, and no discussion of dismissal. That kind of adds on to what the chair is asking. Yeah, I would like also a chart that includes the prior, or maybe this is all part of the same chart, the prior approved numbers with breakout for pre-nursery ages, because I believe that it's the pre-nursery group that is significantly growing in this proposal. And I was just trying to parse through all of the different information, and a chart would make it much easier. The latest tech memo, page 1, the last sentence says the yeshiva will accommodate 895 female students, but I thought this was inconsistent with the statement of facts stating that the 265 pre-nursery kids will be both boys and girls, and I thought that 895 was inclusive of all of those people. So just making sure that we're being accurate with the description of the change in population. There are currently 5 buses now, according to the documents, anticipating 6 buses. But the buses are only for grades 1 through 8, and that population is expected to shrink from 400 to 360. So further explanation why the bus count is increasing while the target population is decreasing. I am not sure if school safety DOT reviews this because it's an existing school. And the increase is in the pre-nursery age group, which I think DOT does not always review. But there is a significant increase in the number of people proposed to arrive by foot with very young children. And the site is 2 doors from a construction equipment yard with cherry pickers and lifts and all kinds of stuff. And that's all open with a big curb cut, and that's 2 doors down on Nostrand. So I didn't know if this would require some review by DOT school safety, or if that's something that we wanted to discuss with the applicant. And then to the FDNY objection letter. I went to the site, and around the backside, you can see that there are already chain link fences around most of the rooftops. And I'm just gonna show, I don't think there's anything necessarily objectionable about it, but I wanted to point out that the existing condition may also need to be reviewed by the FDNY for access arrangements, because I don't know that I'll just leave it at that. I'm not sure, because I was surprised to see that the fences were already there. And that's the extent of my comments for now.
Yeah, I mean, prior board did not allow any access to the first floor and to the third floor roof, under the roof of the first floor. So the fact that there is a fence there, why it's there, don't know, but it definitely, if it is going to be used for, and that's why I asked for the clarification, if that roof is going to be used for play area, if so, then the location of the fence need to be reviewed and reevaluated by fire department to ensure there's access. And what would be the capacity of it, and proper sound attenuation measures need to be provided also for that rooftop, since it abuts a residential building.
Does it abut a residential building? Oh, I see right there,
Yeah.
okay.
There are 2 residential buildings next to it on Nordstrom.
Right,
before
sorry. I was looking at the
uses.
parking lot, adjacent, oh, yes, right, okay.
All right, next case, please. Thank you.
Item number 21, 2018-142BZ, Volume 2, 204-2346 Row, Queens.
Proof of initial filing and hearing notice is not required. This is an extension of time to complete construction and obtain certificate of occupancy for a previously approved bulk variance to develop a 3-story plus cellar, a single-family home, which expired in July of 2025. Applicant states that the financing has been secured. Hardship, as we have heard, has been caused by pandemic-related issues, and applicant believes a 2.5-year time would be needed to complete construction. I do not know if that means completing the construction and also obtaining certificate of occupancy. And since this is the first time the applicant is requesting a waiver, an extension of time, I think we should consider giving it a full 4 years, as would be allocated for this. I did notice graffiti on the fence from Google Street View, so please remove that. But I have no additional comments. Vice Chair Shibeta?
Thank you, Chair. I would like, while I agree with everything you said, I agree there should be a 4-year term. I would like a slight expansion on what, rather than just saying the coronavirus pandemic, give us some details as to why this was delayed. And further, if you can give us an actual timeline with what is to complete it and when, as opposed to saying that it's going to be completed in 2.5 years. Nothing further.
So when you mean actual, just basic big steps?
Big steps, milestones of what is completed and when you expect it to be completed.
Okay. Okay, all right. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional questions.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I share the comment of they need to provide a timetable, the timeline for the construction. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
I agree with what's been said. Also, there's a typo in your section 1. Your variance was granted in January of 2021, not 2011, which was confusing.
Yeah,
So
that was-
please make that change.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a little typo, so.
Uh-oh. Thank you for picking that up. Um, Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. Let's go to the next case.
Item number 22, 2019-91 BZ, 9709 24th Avenue, Queens.
Okay, proof of initial filing and hearing notices is not required. This is for a 4-year extension of time to complete construction and obtain a certificate of occupancy for a previously approved bulk and parking variance to develop a 2-story plus cellar, single-family semi-detached home by December 11, 2025. So DOB has raised objection to the plan, and those objections seem to have been addressed, and the applicant is ready to proceed with the development. And in this case, the applicant did state due to pandemic, but I think we can understand that while the pandemic was going on, the applicant was also trying to address DOB issues. So I'm satisfied with that. And the applicant, as I mentioned, is seeking a 4 years. And this is the first time the applicant is requesting this. I'm fine with that. Vice Chair Shiveta?
I have no objection to this application. I just want to know, they state that they expect their funding to receive funding within 3 to 6 months. I just want to know what leads them to believe that's the case. Have they secured the funding? And that's the timeline. I just want to understand where the 3 to 6 month date came from.
Okay. They can provide an update as to the financial condition. How about that? Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no questions.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. There is a typo. This is my only comment. There is a typo in the statement that second page, first paragraph. It says on May 24, 2021, under calendar number 2019-91-BZ, BSA granted a variance pursuant to section 72-21 of the zoning resolution to allow within an R3X zoning district period. So the sentence need to be completed.
Needs to be corrected, you mean?
Corrected. To allow what?
Okay.
It's a different calendar. Okay.
It sounds like nobody like proofread it, so it just need to be.
You missed it? Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I had no comments on this case.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that's it, right? Okay, this concludes the review session. We
Um,
begin,
Just give
5 minutes?
5 minutes. Yeah, just 5 minutes for the team to round up.
Yeah, we'll start the hearing in 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Suppose. Okay. on?
Microphone's on. All right, Ms. Matias, we are recording, we are streaming. You may proceed with today's public hearing.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for August 11, 2025. We'll begin with the reopening, 413. Oh, sorry, no.
No, we don't have to
Sorry,
reopen.
apologize, sorry. Special order calendar, new cases. Item number 17, 112964BZ, Volume 3, 147-36 Brookfield Boulevard, Queens. This should be Alexia Landsman. Yeah. Let me swear her in.
Yeah.
Hi, Alexia.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. Ms. Landsman, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
My name is Alexia Landisman from Sheldon Lobel PC. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. We have attended the executive session and have heard the board's comments. With regards to the lots, we will make those clarifications and resubmit a new tax map and photos showcasing both lots. I'd also just like to confirm, as the chair had mentioned during the executive session, that we will be installing the ramp in that 2-year time frame as well as the landscaping. And so I believe they're part of the resolution, and so the applicant is going to make strides to clean up the site and install the ramp as well. And that's really what we need the 2 years for.
Okay. Good, okay. Any other questions, comments? Great,
Okay, so
let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 112964BZ, Volume 3, 14736 Brookville Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. And at the prompt, you'll enter the Weber ID number 161-932-2412 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute as you'll be calling in on the phone in order to be heard. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. How long will it take for you to, anyway, our next hearing is in September.
We'll take as soon as you can. We can get those. Well, we're going to have the photos will take probably a week because someone has to go on the site and take those photos for the additional tax lot. But we'll send them in before the next hearing.
Okay.
So the submission date is August 21st for September 8th or 9th.
Okay.
So, that'll be good?
Yeah.
Yep, we'll make it work.
I'm going to make a recommendation that we close this. Okay.
You keep the record open
And keep
for
the
the
record
for the
op- yeah.
updated
Mhm.
material.
Just waiting for the clock to run out. Okay, I see no hands and no one else is called in. The motion to close, Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon. Okay, item number, sorry, 18-460-77BZ, 55 East 124th Street, Manhattan.
This would be David
This
Schnackenberg.
Schnackenberg, yes.
Mr. Schnackenberg, is there anybody else from your team?
I don't think he hears you. Okay.
Sorry, nobody else will be joining today, no.
Okay, raise your right hand, Mr. Schnackenberg. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your
I
name
do.
for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
David Schnackenberg, Fried Frank Harris Shriver Jacobson for the applicant. Appreciated the board's comments this morning. It sounds like there was really only one comment, which was Commissioner Sheta seeking clarification for a point. Sorry, can everybody hear me okay? I should have.
Yes, we do.
Hi, hope everyone's doing well. Nice to see you all. I jumped in too fast. Okay, glad everyone can hear me. So, Commissioner Sheta, to your point, I apologize if it wasn't clear. So the common ownership issue, it's when there is a Bella Vista analysis, the board needs to know if the variance site and the receiving site were under common ownership at any point in time. So as a threshold matter, as the chair noted, Bella Vista doesn't apply here, so I'm not actually sure it's necessary for this application. But to answer your question, the variance site in 1977 did include certain parcels, which were then parcel 2, which were, after the variance, sold to 1800 Park. But at the time of the variance, there was never common ownership, right? So common ownership means that one party controlled both the variance site and the receiving site. That never happened. The parcel 2 parcels were at one point controlled by the college and were later controlled by the owner of 1800, but there was never the common ownership that raises the issue for a Bella Vista analysis.
So you're saying there is no contradiction in the two statements,
Correct.
sentences?
Yes, although perhaps I should have drafted it a little bit more clearly, and I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Any other questions or comments? Let's go to the public.
The case that we're currently, sorry, just give me 1 second. Why is this? The case that we're currently discussing is 46077BZ, 55 East 124th Street, Manhattan. Should you wish to comment on this application, please dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-932-2412 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to be heard, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
There'll be no submission.
No.
No submission on this one?
No.
Okay.
I don't think a submission is necessary, needed on this, so I'm going to make a recommendation to close. And we'll schedule it for decision for September 8th, 9th.
This is the South candidate?
Hmm?
This is the item 19, right?
18.
18.
Okay.
18,
Item 18.
the non-Bella Vista thing.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Costanza, for your help with the application. Really appreciate that.
And it's always good to see you.
You as well.
For the clock to finish, just give me
Oh,
one.
sorry.
Hold on.
Sorry, Mr. Schnackenberg.
I'm happy to be here. No match. Sometimes they're harder. This one went okay.
Fail safe. There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take care. Happy summer.
Thanks, everybody.
Oh, we're gonna
Be well.
close it. Don't go, don't go.
I won't go.
Motion to close. Chair Shonda.
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Now you can go.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, item number 19, 212-00BZ, Volume 3, 640-666 South Conduit Boulevard, Brooklyn. This is Mr. Catrona.
Mm-hmm.
Alan Catrona? I don't see him.
Oh,
in
I
the
don't
room.
see him.
I don't see him in the room. He's there earlier.
I don't see Mr. Catrona.
He was there earlier. What happened?
Could text them.
Can you text him? What happened?
Is he in the panel?
He was there earlier today.
No, I do not.
I see Mr. George. Let's see. Uma Chaudhry.
I just
Okay,
reached
this
out, maybe
Glenn,
we could
this
give-
Glenn,
Okay.
this Glenn. Sorry, Mr. Catrona.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
There he is. Hi, Mr. Catrona. Could you raise your right hand?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Yes, Glenn Catrona, Catrona Architecture PLLC. I'm representing 640 through 666 South Conduit Boulevard, requesting an extension to obtain a certificate of occupancy. I attended the executive session, so if I can, I'll respond as I thought that I took the notes here. So regarding the FDNY violations that I received, Ms. Matias had sent that to me on Friday. I see issued by Deputy Inspector Raymond. I immediately reached out to my client who's out of the country, whose consultant, Daniel Yarum of Environmental Development and Compliance Solutions, is also out of the country. They sent me that documentation. In between the executive session and now I read it. It seems like the descriptions are similar, but the numbers are different. What I would like is to have the opportunity to circle back with them and come back to the board with clarity on that. But it appears to me that they were taking action, but let me work through that. Okay. There was also Commissioner Yoon, you brought up a couple of things in the timing of us submitting the certificate of occupancy application. So after we received the approval, we started reaching out to, there are 5 open DOB applications on this here project. They date back to 2009. Out of those 5, there are 4 separate applicants started reaching out, and they didn't get much of a response, and we stayed pretty diligent on it. We're speaking to a couple of them, trying to get them reintegrated into the project to complete their work. Some of the projects were filed, some of them had permits, some of them were filed, some of them were approved, permits were not pulled. We went and verified the existing conditions based on doing research at the Department of Buildings, which took a significant amount of time to get records. We had to keep applying because records were not found for certain projects. But in any respect, there may be a component where we may need to do some remedial construction. This is interior stuff. It's small, but still these applications are open. It's going to take us time to get this here done. We may need to hire somebody else. I may need to take a little bit of action on 1 or 2 of these applications, but we need the time to be able to accomplish this. So that definitely, is a reason why it took us a bit to file the C of O application. I would have liked to have had this here stuff cleared up so that the application would have went through comfortably. But once we filed the C of O application, we did receive the objection to close out these applications. So again, we did submit last week. Ms. Matias had reached out to us and said to put the time frame in. So you should be able to see that in your record. We submitted that there 24 months. Commissioner Yoon, I agree with you emphatically regarding the auto leasing office. I don't know about these cars parking there or what you may have seen in Google. So my client returns midweek here. I'd like to go back to my client and see what is going on, because I can't say one way or the other that I have knowledge or I have no knowledge of this here. So I'd like to circle back. I believe that those were the significant items that were discussed. But, again, unfortunately, what happens is that this process, there's 5 applications open. It's going to take time I don't want to ask for less time and the duration in there just to really chase down these here people. One is retired and, you know, a couple are responding to us, but we need some time here to get this done properly.
You requested 2 years.
2 years, yes.
You
Madam
think
Chair.
2 years would be adequate, given all of these other outstanding issues?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, it's a lot of interior stuff. One has to do with some mechanical equipment that was part of the restaurant. There's the Dunkin' Donuts there would have, they file an application to upgrade and do whatever. You know, the thing is that we see some things where in the construction process that, you know, maybe a post-approval amendment needs to be filed. You know, I just don't know how linear it's going to be with these applicants. That's why I'm asking for the 2 years. They're not my applications, so, you know, it's difficult to get clarity on a tight time frame. I think the 2 years will be fine to be able to get this done. And again, you know, circling back with those FDNY, the violations, I'll speak to the client and his consultant, and we'll see. You know,
Unfortunately, I don't think we need these clarifications, and I'm not sure I'm comfortable closing it unless the commissioners, you all, my fellow commissioners, if you feel you want to close it and keep the record open.
I think we can close and keep the record open.
How would you want to address the leasing? An affidavit or some?
Yeah, it would have to be an affidavit.
Mr. Catrona, but did you hear that?
I'm sorry, please say that.
Yeah, Mr. Catrona, no, Commissioner Yoon asked that she'd be amenable to an affidavit showing that the leasing has ceased, if it's indeed active. at
Not
the
that the
site.
leasing office has
No,
ceased, but that the car is being parked on the site, which is evident in Cyclomedia for the past 3 sets of photos that they have for this site. That an affidavit from the owner that states that those cars will no longer be parked on this site.
I don't see an issue with that, because who else would, you know, attest to that there except for the owner? I have no issue. He returns midweek here, so I can get on this here and ask for an affidavit.
And I would say this will give you a good time frame of to how much time you need. If you need more than 2 years, 3 years, let's say, to do so, let us know. You can provide, because we're not going to take a vote on it now.
Okay,
So do confirm. I would strongly suggest that you confirm your 2-year time frame is realistic.
thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Shetta, what were you going to ask?
Yeah, I was about to ask for an updated statement facts indicating the lot and the block number
Okay,
and the description of the site, as well as the violation description is all the violations and the
Mhm.
timeframe to resolve.
yeah. Okay. All right. So the submission date for, let's go to the public, actually.
Jill stepped away from her desk.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2020-212-00BZ, Volume 3, 640-666 South Conduit Boulevard, Brooklyn. Should you wish to call in, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 161-923-2412 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *9 to, what the hell is *9? Sorry. *9 to review, and *6 to unmute to allow you to call on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. There's somebody, is that like a telephone number? No, No telephone number.
No, there's nobody.
No, somebody just popped in and I thought that was the person. Okay.
How much time will you need, Mr. Catrona, to get the response, given that this is a holiday time?
Well, what are we really talking about? You want the updated statement of facts from my end, clarity with that. I really need to speak to the owner and also his consultant. The two issues, the car leasing, get the affidavit, and also a clarification on these FDNY.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks. I mean, this is
September. Let's do end of September.
Submission date will be September 11th for the end of
Is that
September, which is
enough?
29:30.
so September 11th submission. And what was the hearing date?
29:30.
Okay,
Is that enough time?
fair enough. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hold on, don't go away. Going to make a motion to close with the record open.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. Fire department, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so
Just
sorry.
realized.
Fire department, do
we
you
spoke
want
it
to
with
add
you.
anything?
I don't have anything to add unless anyone has any questions.
No.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oops. Continuation of new cases, item number
Thank you.
16-12. Thank you, Mr. Catrona. 16-12BZ, Volume 4, 184 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn. This is Mr. Goldstein.
So I've let him in.
Yeah. Do you have anyone else with you?
Myself.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony for this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Please state your names.
I do.
Okay. Please state your name and for the record and proceed to respond to the board's questions. I know, maybe having a sugar. Sorry.
No problem. Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. I just wanted to welcome Chief Raymond to the team. I heard the board's review questions and comments, and we'd like the opportunity to, I guess, reply in writing with, we'll work with the FDNY. We received a letter on Friday. We'll confirm the proposed occupancies and work with FDNY to ensure that the pathways are safe and that we meet the criteria of FDNY. And we'll also add attenuation notes and attenuation to those fences once they are, the final locations are confirmed. We'll confirm the bus info and the ownership info for the bus lot. And then finally, I apologize if it wasn't clear, but I'll provide a chart and more detail with regard to the approved number of students, proposed number of students, gender of the same, and the modes of transit, arrivals and dismissals.
And Mr. Goldstein, if please just ensure that that whatever the numbers are, they're coordinated among the various documents.
Correct. The tech memo will be updated as well.
And I think one thing that we were, it seems like we were looking for is the prior approval numbers as well as the current, as just to have all in one place, so we're not kind of digging around between what the prior board considered and what we're looking at now.
I'll try and juxtapose them in the way that kind of is the clearest. We'll work on it and we'll submit it.
Thank you.
We're generally okay with our charts, so we'll try.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But I believe those were the big questions for us.
Yeah. I think that as you gathered, I mean, this is really to addressing the findings of C and D. So that's why we're
Absolutely.
asking clarification.
No problem.
And fire department.
Anything, Chief Raymond, do you have anything to add regarding the issue of the rooftop access?
Yeah, just a little bit. I would just strongly advise the applicant that if they don't think that they're going to perfectly adhere to the rooftop code, that they could the rooftop section of the fire code, that they could just submit a technology management application and just make sure.
Understood. I'll work with your office through BSA to ensure that we either meet it or that we file the necessary applications.
Also, I just want to make sure, Chief, you recognize there are two rooftops, one on the roof of the first floor. Roof
Above the
on
first floor.
Sorry, roof over the first floor, and the other one is the big roof over the third floor.
Yes, yes,
Because I don't know
we're
whether
aware.
roof over the first floor needs fire access or not.
The issue with the first floor is that it's not fronting on any access roads, and it isn't accessible from the other roof. So we're not going to be concerned with that rooftop.
You're not.
We're not.
Okay.
In any event, we'll work with FDNY to ensure all safety measures are met.
Okay. Right. Yes. Ms. Benke, any update on the secret review?
It's still under review at DEP for air quality and noise. They had no comments on hazmat. And we will keep you posted.
Hazmat.
It's good.
Hazmat should not be an issue. There's no disturbance, right? In-ground disturbance?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, we just had them review it to be,
Oh, okay.
because they reviewed it. They're fine. They have no comment.
Oh, they had no comments. Okay.
Yeah.
Public?
All right. Thank you. Let's go to the public. And Mr. Goldstein, while we're waiting for the sign to come, is the school in operation?
Yeah, the school's in operation per the approved plans, and as you, Madam Chair, mentioned, this would be an interior change to that double height lunchroom, multi-purpose room to accommodate the growth of the school.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can I go?
Yes.
Okay. The case we're currently discussing is 16-12BZ, Volume 4, 184 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-932-2412 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Press *9 to raise your hand, press *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
How much time will you need, Mr. Goldstein, to address these issues? And it has to remain open. We can.
Yeah, it's fine. I understand. I would love to try and meet that September 11th submission for the end of September hearings, because otherwise we wait till after the holiday season in October, which we'd love to give the school a little bit of a head start so that they can try and do this work during the summers.
Okay. Okay. I think a lot depends also on the review that is undergoing at DEP with regards to air quality and noise.
Understood.
Okay. Nobody called.
Nobody called in, no one raised their hands.
Yeah.
Item number 20.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Gold.
you, everyone. Bye.
Item number 21, 2018-142BZ, Volume 2, 204-2346 Road, Queens. This is Dennis George.
This is Dennis, yeah. Dennis George. I have let him in.
Here we go.
Is he in? Yeah.
Mr. George, can you unmute and put your camera on, please? So I can swear you in.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Mr. George. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
I'm Dennis George. I'm the owner and applicant and owner for this project. Let's see, with George Architect, also the architect. And in terms of, I have to apologize for the typo. I didn't really see this. I would modify it and resubmit it. Okay. In terms of, so we are filing for an extension of time to finish construction and also obtain a certificate of occupancy. We originally asked for 2.5 years. And I do agree with the chair that, you know, definitely a 4-year would be, I guess, a good enough time to complete the project. In terms of the delay, but certainly it's the after effect of the pandemic. It certainly was a slow time, so we decided to put the project on hold. But between that time, we did obtain the garage approval from the DOB, and the house was pending, and we'll move forward with the approval in this time, moving forward. Hopefully get an approval in 3 months, say around November of this year. And construction possibly would start sometime in the spring. Let's see, I believe those were the items that.
Mr. George, would it be okay if you could submit that into our record on a letterhead, just breaking down that timeline that you just identified?
Oh, sure, absolutely, absolutely. Also, there was actually one more thing. The graffiti on the fence, actually, that's the neighbor's fence. The neighbor north of the property line. They do have a sort of I guess, a vinyl type fence, which, you know, I guess it's easy to add graffiti to. The property has a chain link fence, an open chain link fence, so there's no graffiti on the property.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Any questions? Okay, let's go to the public.
The case we're currently discussing is 2018-142BZ, Volume 2, 204 2346 Road, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 161-932-2412 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And when you're, if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
I'm going to make a motion to close and keep the record open for you to submit those corrections. How much
Okay.
time will you need to get those submitted?
Let's say Monday of next week.
Next week?
Next week, yes, Monday of next week.
I will then schedule this for decision for September 11?
8-9?
8-9, I'm sorry, 8-9.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Mr. George, this will be scheduled for decision on September 8th, 9th,
Okay.
8th or 9th, and you could make your submission on Monday.
Okay, great.
Okay. Thank you. Motion to close?
Motion to close, Chair Shonda.
Hold on.
What-
Is there
sorry,
time
Christine?
for the public? Oh,
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no.
It's 1 minute, sorry. Thank you.
Oops.
Beep, beep.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
It's just that internal time, you know.
Yeah, sorry. Chair, motion to close, Chair Shonda.
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You as well.
Too.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay.
Final item number 22, 2019-91BZ, Volume 2, 9709 24th Avenue, Queens.
Who will it be?
This was Chowdhury, I believe. don't
I see
him.
Albereño Suevas and Karen Perrin.
Mr. Chowdhury?
I did.
Thank you,
remember-
Mr. George. Thank you, Mr. George. Thank you.
Yeah, I did remember seeing
Mr.
Chaudhary.
Chowdhury, yeah, what happened?
Yeah, but I don't see him now in the room.
Oh. Yikes.
Did somebody call him? Let's see.
And he was there just before. Did he misunderstand with the review session? Thinking that was what you did? Mm.
We could,
Not picking up, shoot. Not picking up.
Yeah, I mean, nothing that would affect the findings. Okay.
Oh.
All right. You can state it. You can call.
if he doesn't appear in a few minutes, I think we should proceed without him, considering that we have all the findings met. The questions that were made were only things that,
Need
there's
to
some
go
stuff that he could
Yeah,
respond to
But
and
we need to
answer.
go to the public then, don't we?
Yeah, we still need to go to the public.
Hi, Mr. Chaudry. Hello, is this for Marvel Design? Okay, your case is on the calendar. Can you come back in?
Live.
Hi, are you in the hearing? We were in the hearing, you stepped out? This is for 2019-90. Wait, this is 2019-91 BZ, 9709 24th Avenue? Right, that's your case? Okay, so you were in the Zoom, this is Mr. Chaudry, right? Okay, because he was in the room, he was in the, no, sir, listen to me. He was in the hearing room, he was in the Zoom room, and then left. We're still conducting the hearing. We're now in his case. Could you please tell him to come back into the Zoom room? Okay, thank you. Sorry. Like three people. Oh, hold on. a sec. Hold on a second. They go, hold on a minute, hold on a minute, hold on.
So who are Karen?
Yeah.
Corinne?
The
So-
persons who are Alvarez Cuevas and Karen Perrine, if you are not here for the last case, which is 2019-91 BZ, 24th Avenue, are you here for that case? If you're here for that case, fine. If you're not here for that case, we have hearings tomorrow on other cases, so
Someone's raised their hand.
you raised
Okay,
your hand
that
for
could
that?
be public though.
That could be the public though.
We
yeah.
could ask them.
I don't know, you want to let them in and ask them if they're the members of the public?
We have reason to believe that someone's going to appear on this matter.
Oh, well, they're letting Mr. Chaudry know. What do you want to do?
We can ask Karen Corinne. I'll find out if she's from the public or not.
Okay,
Yeah, but
let her in.
Yeah, I'm letting her talk.
Okay.
Ms. Perrin, are you an applicant? Are
I'm
you
sorry, I'm
part
just
of-
a member of the public. My meeting is tomorrow and I'm kind of nervous, so I checked in to see how it goes.
Oh, got it. Okay, all right.
Okay, Ms. Perrin.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay, I see Mr. Umar Chaudhary.
You could remove Ms. Perrin.
Yeah. Mr. Chaudhary,
Yes, hi, good afternoon.
did you have an opportunity to hear what we stated at the review session?
Yes, yes, I did.
Okay, do you want to please put your camera on?
Uh, Is it required? I'm not really ready for that.
All right, well, all right, I'm gonna have to swear you in and assume that your hand is raised. I'm sorry. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session, sir.
Umar Chaudhry.
Okay. So there was a question that was raised regarding the
funding.
The funding. In your statement, you said you expect funding by 3 to 6 months and that it has been secured. What we wanted to know, where did that number come from, and can you confirm that? Right?
I mean, we were just trying to, have a timeline, and we kind of put that number there. No real reason behind it, except the fact that once the application is approved, the extension, from there on, we will apply and, for the loan and.
Okay.
Have you
Yeah.
made loan applications as of yet?
No, because, it was the expiration, was showing over there, for the BSA application, so we didn't move forward with that yet. Yeah.
Understandable. You wanted to have all the papers in place.
Ready, yes.
That's fine. Okay. So also there were some typos in the statement of fact. You should correct those. Ms. Matias will can guide you on that matter.
Sure. Yep.
Any other questions or comments? All right, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2019-91 BZ, Volume 2, 9709 24th Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this case, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-932-2412 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
How much time will you need to just correct that typo? I don't think you should need much time, but the submission due date is when?
August 11th for September 8th and 9th.
Okay, so you need to make a submission by August 11th.
Sorry, August 21st,
Sorry, August 21st, not August 11th is today.
Already passed that.
August 21st, sorry.
Okay, sure. Yep.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to close, keep the record open to submit the revised statement.
Chair Shanda?
Aye.
Vice
Oh,
Chair.
did the.
Oh, sorry. Why am I rushing this for some reason? I think. It's ridiculous, sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I see 0 and then I think it's done. Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yun?
Can you call my name again?
Commissioner, sorry, Chair Shanda?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the, there were no callers or anyone. And as I said earlier, to the people who are still in the room, although we did speak to Ms. Moraine, there is a public hearing tomorrow.
Can you read out the case numbers?
Those cases are, sorry. Those cases are 2022-43A, 638 East 11th Street. The zoning calendar is our 2024-51BZ, 1983 54th Street, 2024-59BZ, 1343 50th Street, Brooklyn, 2025-05BZ, 2040-50 Eli Avenue, the Bronx, and 2024-62BZ 78 Fort Place, Staten Island. Those are the cases that are on tomorrow's hearing, and so once the board opens up the hearings for public, you may participate, okay? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, one and all. Thank you. Bye-bye.